the color theme and the language. So unfortunately, we can only change the font style, color theme, and language in this demo. And so for font style, we have chosen 3 of the majority font styles that we have research that is very good for the dyslexic people. So let's try the Arial color theme 1 and English. So preview. So this will be the result. Then next for the Helvetica theme 2, and then let's try the other language, which is Tagalog. So like that. Then for the Tahoma, third theme, and then the Cebuano, and then for like the result. Then next is the resources, wherein there are different kinds of resources for the K-12 alternative learning system and professional development. So you can click and then also you can view the like the document itself. Then also same here, you can view, and also in the professional development. And you can also upload resources as a teacher for you to share with others.
So let's go to Media Gallery. Media Gallery is where you put your media output, such as the MP4 files, the PDF, the images. So let's click for these popular media resources. As you can see, there's an MP3 preview and the title, the format, and the dimension of the video. You can also download it here. So, okay, assuming we search math in this prototype. So you click this button. So you can search for math related stuff here. You can also filter it out by using these buttons, such as this teacher resources, professional development, or the media gallery. Okay. If you have any confusion with using this prototype, you can just go to the help section. This is where we put the frequently asked question so that the user won't be confused using the interface. So what is the LR portal? That is the general question. So, and Q&A question, and this is the answer. So let's go to profile. I want to edit some information about my profile. You can just go here, click this avatar and edit, so that you can edit your profile, and click save prompt, and there's an indication you save that. So let's go and log out to this teacher side, and let's go to the students. Log in, students. Okay. Students and teachers are similar, but the difference between them is that students cannot upload our resources, but cannot upload resources and no announcement for because their teacher only need that. Okay, then, but they can still see resources, media gallery, and help. And okay, we log out. So this is the learning resource portal, and that's our demo. Thank you for watching.
And thank you so much for our first group. Okay, so we'll proceed now to the question and answer. Anyone from the group who would like to ask a question to the team? Okay, so many of our, you have so many supporters again. Yeah, clap down. Okay, that was a very good presentation. Okay, any question? Questions? Yes, yan. Yes, Ma'am Au. Ma'am Au raised her hand. How was the testing done? Yan. Ma'am Au, were you able to get the answer? Thank you, Ma'am Au. Okay, okay, so follow-up question na lang siguro. How many were tested or how many respondents did you had for testing? Okay, okay, sige. Okay. Ayan, thank you. Any other questions? We still have time to cater more questions. How about for our students from the first year and second year students? Do you have questions? Okay, so if none, we would like to thank our first presenters, our first group of researchers for presenting their work. We'd like to proceed now to our second group. So I'm going to call on our second team who will be presenting their work about food delivery apps and the negative health impacts for Davao City residents. To be presented by John Paul Perez, Kurt Ferrares, and Neil Fred Cañete. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Okay, before we start with the second presenters, may I acknowledge the comment and suggestions of Sir Ian Benablo. For the design, it is difficult to distinguish which menu is active. Some parts provide lengthy text, which is contradictory to your statement in the introduction, which cited issues with lengthy sentences found in the LRMDS. For the document, no mention of the selection criteria for the testing. Okay, so these are really very good comments and suggestions. The first team may would want to take note of this one. Okay. Sige. So, yun. So let's proceed now to the second group. On my end, I cannot hear you, Kurt.
Kurt, dili. Hanggang mo, Kurt.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, Kurt. Sige, while waiting for Kurt, maybe we can ask again the first presenters, our first team. I would like to ask a question. What were the challenges that you have encountered while doing the research work? Mhm. Okay. Ayun, so considering as well that we are experiencing right now the pandemic, so before when student researchers are doing their research work, they would really go and make kulit sa mga target respondents nila. But now we cannot really do that, no, especially the given that we can only approach them virtually, and kanang dili nato sila dili gid nato sila mapugos kaayo, or dili pugos, but kanang dili nato sila mainganyo jud na answer sa ato ang uh, survey questionnaire if we gave them some survey questionnaire. Yun, so ready na ba ang second group?
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, wait.
Okay na.
Okay, sige. Napay another question di ay. Jean and the team, did you consider any expert on your subject matter? Yan. Yan, Sir Clyde, did Jean answer your question? Yan. Thank you, Sir Clyde, for that question. Okay, so that's the end. Final, final na dyan the end sa first group, Q&A portion. So let's proceed to the second group.
Good day, everyone. I am Kurt Russell Ferraris, together with John Paul Perez and Fred Cañete. We are a group of researchers under the College of Computer Studies from the University of Immaculate Conception. Today, we're going to talk about food delivery apps and the negative health impacts for Davao City residents.
Mr. Ferrares, can you turn up your volume?
I do apologize, ma'am, but I think that
Okay. Dili na mo dungog klaro.
eto, ma'am.
Ayan. Ayan, medyo ano siya.
Ano yung boses ko, ma'am?
Sige, yes.
Kinakain
Yes, please.
ko na.
Sige.
Opo. Okay, introduction. Given the surge in popularity of online food delivery and food delivery applications during the pandemic, it is undeniable that it poses a major factor in eating habits, which could contribute either positively or negatively to most individuals. The study was conducted to understand the relationship between food delivery applications and eating habits of the consumer through a questionnaire-based interview to a nutrition and dietetics specialist, and used that information to create a new UI and UX design to enhance existing food delivery applications in terms of health and nutrition. Our review of related literature in research conducted last 2016 by Yahoo, the researchers were able to find out that the correlation between high quality diet and weight gain by using a youth and adolescent food frequency questionnaire. The self-reports that were brought by the respondents were then found out to be highly correlated with measure, weight, and high body mass index. With that data that they were able to find out that the higher the quality diet in adolescent and its subsequent years is associated with less weight gain during the transition period to adulthood. Another study showed that frequent eating at fast food restaurant or quick service restaurant was associated with poor health status, overweightness, and obesity. However, living close to such restaurants posed no negative health outcomes. The researchers were able to reach such conclusions by conducting a 20-minute telephone survey on a stratified sample of randomly selected residents of King Country. For the methodology, I would like to ask Mr. Nilfred Cañete.
Hello. Right.
Ah,
A dog.
yes, audible.
See. So for the methodology, we have the design. So the design is we have descriptive research is a type of research that seeks to describe or explain particular situation and validate hypothesis in a specific group of people. So based on this design, the researchers seek to determine the effect of food delivery apps to the health of the consumers in Davao City. So, next. So, to collect the data, we design a qualitative interview questionnaire in order to gather essential data that will be utilized to determine the prototype's features. The prototype will be created using an online vector graphics editor and prototyping tool Figma and will be developed using React Native and Firebase. So the respondents, we have the ND, nutrition and dietetics specialist, and also we have the consumer, the food delivery application users.
So the ND specialist will be interviewed with a questionnaire to gain insights on a better prototype design for enhancing existing food delivery apps in relation to health and nutrition. And for the consumer, they will be the ones who experience and prototype design to gain information regarding the or insights, and will be used further to enhance the prototype. For the data analysis, here's some open-ended questions to ask for the ND. So based off from the last your answer you authority. We have mentioned these factors are needed to be checked in the serving and individual health status. These factors include BMI and which were the application. Respondents have also mentioned that given the current pandemic situation, most families or individuals from varying socioeconomic positions are opting for such safer way to acquire daily necessities. For the design prototype, we based our interface design on the suggestions given by our nutrition and dietetics professional. We also integrated a new feature that will track the approximated number of nutrients that the user can get in each food order. There is also a nutritional facts factor, a feature that highlights the nutrients that the user can get upon consumption. We intend to design this interface to accentuate the healthy foods in relation to the user's needs. For the testing, we also use the user experience questionnaire, and we interviewed around 30 participants, and we also used this 7-point Likert scale with a scale of attractiveness that which is the overall impression of the application, perspicuity, the user experience that the application gives off, and efficiency or the ratio of effort spent to work done in using application, the dependability or the sense of control the user have in interacting with the application. And for the stimulation, uh, it is to stimulate the user experience while using the application, and for the novelty or the originality of the application. For the results and discussion, is there
Next
any?
slide. Next question. So for the results and discussion, let me discuss first the interpretation of the scale. So values between negative zero point 0.8 and positive zero point 0.8 represent a neutral evaluation of the corresponding scale. Values greater than zero point 0.8 represent positive evaluation, and values less than negative zero point 0.8 represent negative evaluation. So for the attractiveness, we have a mean of 1.45 and a variance of 0.57, which means users view the app as enjoyable and pleasant. So this category has the highest scores among all of the UEQ scales, which signifies users appreciate more the attractiveness of the user interface compared to the other faculty of the application. So next. In the perspective, we have a mean score of 0.14 and a variance of 2.60, which signifies that users find the application not that easy to learn, but also not that hard to grasp. The perspicacity has the lowest score among the scales, which signifies that most of the respondents find the application somewhat lacking in this aspect. Maybe because of the integration of health-related technical modules, which are not common in existing delivery applications, such as personal graph and input of BMI and PAL. For the efficiency, we have a mean score of 0.68 and a variance of 1.24, which is considered as to be neutral. This signifies that application was observed to be between the fastness and practicality. Next. For the dependability, we have a mean score of 1.13 and a variance of 0.68. This means that majority of the respondents viewed the application as secure, supportive, and would meet their expectations. Next. For the stimulation, we have a mean score of 1.44 and a variance of 0.36. We can infer that most users view this application as valuable and exciting. And last is the novelty. So for the novelty, we have a mean score of 0.71 and a variance of 1.40. So next. So overall, the result implies that a food delivery application with the emphasis of accentuating health-related factors scores highly on the attractiveness scale, but performs regularly on the prescriptive scale, which gives us a direction in where to improve the said application. Health accentuating a mobile application based on the result is acceptable given that there are no negative results from the scales. Next. So for the conclusion, eating habits are vital in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. And due to the rise of popularity of food delivery applications, they now play a significant role in influencing an individual's eating habits due to its simple order and accessible features. As a result, food delivery applications should consider employing a more engaging UI/UX design that provides consumers with additional health and nutrition benefits With the positive responses coming from both the nutrition and dietetics professional and the purposefully sampled users, the prototype we have idealized proves to be effective enough in accelerating healthy eating habits. So next is the prototype demo. Paul.
Ah, down ko sa presentation ko. Makita.
Yes, Paul.
So the prototype that we have created was based on the recommendations of the ND professional that we have interviewed. So as for the main goal, we have determined already that there is a negative effect on health that is brought upon by food delivery apps. So therefore, the the ND professional that we have interviewed give us an emphasis that in order to mitigate such risk, we should accentuate health-related factors in food delivery apps, and this is what we came with. So the first thing that we did was to accentuate food that is very relevant and what would you call that? Healthy in terms of Filipino standards. So given that on the ND perspective, one measurement that we can use in order to determine a healthy daily diet would be the Pinggang Pinoy. So as you can see here, we've taken steps to accentuate such products which are included in the Pinggang Pinoy. And the next faculty that a module or thing that we did was to integrate a filter for regular items and health conscious items. So the products here are categorized by their healthiness. Then here's the example of some health conscious items. Then after selecting health conscious item, you'll be redirected to a list of restaurants. So here's a restaurants, for example, here. And then you'll be just like any other normal food delivery app, you can order. Then the thing that separates this from a typical food delivery app is that we have incorporated nutritional facts for every product that a user would order. So after several days of ordering, a user can then check his or her profile status in order to have an insight on her health levels such as calorie intake, protein, and fat. We have also calculated the BMI given that in the profiling stage we'll be asking for the age, weight, gender, and the height. And as for the recommended PAL or physical activity level, the app would recommend the activity level for the user depending on the intake that he or she has based on her or his food ordering delivery habit. And there will also be recommendations on food to avoid or food that um, that the user might have overconsumption with. And that would be all for the prototype.
Okay, thank you, second group. Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation, both for the PowerPoint and your demo. So we are now open for questions. Any questions for the group? Yun, question from Ma'am Au. Who inputs the nutritional facts?
Our plan for the nutritional facts, there is an end professional for the business. For example, in that case was food market. So every item that would be listed in the store would be subject to approval by the end professional.
Ayun. So as we were doing the consultation, share lang na ako gamay Ma'am Au, no, na that was also one of my concerns. So for sure makahatag si Ma'am Au og any insights about that, ma'am. Kanang i-consult na ND for every nutritional fact na i-input. What do you think, Ma'am Au? Okay, oh yeah. Ayun. Yun, so na yung mga suggestions. And so maybe the presenters, the researchers could take note of this. Yes, there are a lot of consideration for nutritional facts and also how would a certain food delivery business, will they be required to hire nutritionists for every food na ilahang i-upload, no? Or unsaon man na siya, like there is one entity, so kana siya, these are some of the things na kailangan i-consider. So ayun, suggestion from Sir Clyde, I think it's more appropriate if a food security officer that is linked to our government, differently among different health. Ayun, so we have a question from Sir Ian. How do you intend to generate all the nutritional information you wish to provide in the application? Will it be provided by the store itself?
Um, um, for so, what we initially thought was to have an ND professional for the for the business itself, for which the food delivery app is the food market. Then we would be able to gather the nutritional information based on the criteria that was given by Ma'am Au, which are the ingredients used and the amount. So if given the ingredients and the amount used, I believe that the ND professional will be able to come up with the correct nutritional facts, even if it came from different stores.
Ayun. So, na-answer ba ang question, sirs and ma'am? I think the most challenging aspect of this one is, where do we place this nutritionist? Like, is it on the sellers, or do we have one nutritionist or like a group of nutritionists for, like, say, Food Panda or Grab Food? So do we require, or do we put or place nutritionist there? Kana sila. So kana siya ang medyo murag kung saan siya pagkuan. So man siyang kailangan nato og professionals, no? So sa suggested pa ni Sir Clyde na mas maayo kung government siya, kay para sa dili mamoblema og kanang for sure mo piait ang mga kanang mga Food Panda kana. So na food security officer from the government can be considered as part of the process. Yun. So the burden is on the ND specialist. Yes. Yes, kayo. So kana siya. So siguro if you intend to push through with this one for your capstone project, pwede siguro ninyo i-consider suggestions by our dear faculties na you really need to think ahead, no? Especially the business model. Where do you put these people, especially the ND specialists or the professionals, asa sila dapat ma-station? Is it on the seller side, or is it there's one entity who will gather together this nutrition specialist, nutrition and dietetic specialist? Okay, so ayun, so napa. Have you encountered a study which predicts the possible continuous increase in the consumption of food via these delivery apps in the next coming years? That if the increase in the utilization of the app, as you can see now, is only due to the pandemic, it might weaken the overall impact of your solution when things get back to normal. Ayun. So, group 2 or researchers?
Yes, actually, we have a research that was mentioned in our RRL that talks about the continuous increase in the consumption of food via these delivery apps. So, if I'm not mistaken, there actually above 100% increase just this year in the consumption of food delivery apps in United States. But we're kinda not sure in the local setting, which in the Philippines, because given that um, we're lacking in terms of financial capabilities on most families. I don't really know if there would be a continuous increase in the consumption of food via these delivery apps if the pandemic would subside.
Yes.
To
Okay.
add
So,
on that note, there is actually a 46% increase in the consumers that use the food delivery apps in the Philippines.
okay. Given that today is or we are experiencing pandemic, but
Yeah.
I think what Sir Ian is trying to point out is that the sustainability of this application, no. So what if wala na yung pandemic and hopefully mo back na sa normal tanan? So are we still be able to, or can we still, appreciate this type of application? So that is something that you need to also consider. So maybe, you know, siguro you need to just highlight how important it is to have that nutritional factor for the food delivery application, just so even though kanang kahit na dili siya through the food delivery application ang mode of ordering nila sa food, they can still use katong nutritional facts. Okay, so let's say for example, kahit dili siya from the food delivery or wala sila nag-order og food using that app, they can still use the katong kuan, magamit gihapon ang nutritional fact na feature. So I think that's the highlight of your application. Yan.
Yes, we had it in our future plans where the user can manually input the approximated what do you call this, the grams and everything that the food that they ordered, or let's say
Mm-mm.
they made in their
Mm-mm.
house as,
Ayun.
and it will generate an approximated value in the nutrient section.
Ayun. So naaman din siya sa future plan. Okay. Okay. So thank you for the second group for presenting for that wonderful presentation. Okay, so that ends our Q&A portion for the second group. Now we're going to proceed to our third group. Please help me welcome the researchers who will be presenting their study about web-based application repository for promoting and preserving Mindanao culture, to be presented by Mr. Vincent Denira and Blood Ryan Colango.
So yes, thank you, ma'am. So good morning. So let me present our slides. Uh, so so good morning. So good morning, everyone. So my name is Vincent Dinero, together with my partner in the research, Vlad Colango. So our research is all about a web-based repository application for promoting and preserving Mindanao culture. So the web-based repository application for promoting and preserving Mindanao culture is a collection of applications that specifically relate to promoting and preserving Mindanao culture, where the users can publish their own application in the portal repository. So Mindanao also have the foremost important concentration of ethnic minorities within the Philippines. They include the Maguindanao, Maranao, Ilanon, and Sangil. Almost all Mindanao communities who are often referred to as Damoro, that the Boli, Tubanon, Bukidnon, Bagobo, Mandaya, and Manobo are commonly found in the uplands. So the preservation and promotion of culture within the Philippines, especially within the southern island, the Mindanao Islands, is required as a crucial element of the sustainability of its culture during this age of globalization. So there are so there are three problems that are being studied. These are: there is no easy way to find an application that promotes preservation of heritage and Mindanao culture. Next is that few application shows up when searching for the right keywords, as users will have to scour the internet or search for the internet for possible information through blogs, articles, and social media posts. And lastly, users will also find that there are less applications that specifically relate Mindanao culture.
So for our methods and approach, our aim was to create a repository for visitors and developers to find and showcase different applications that are for the promotion and preservation of Mindanao culture. A qualitative approach was used for the data collection where a review of related literature was examined. And lastly, we conducted an interview with open-ended questions to recognize the effectiveness in searching available applications specifically for Mindanao culture. So for our open-ended question, in order for us to confirm their understanding and suggest what would be needed to create a repository that suits Mindanao culture. In open-ended questions, there are three questions that are needed for the creation of the repository. The following questions were then asked to the chosen particip- particip- participants during the discussion. What were their insights in regards to the design of the website? Is it easy for the user to find an application that promotes Mindanao culture? What were the other ways to find applications that relate to Mindanao culture?
So for our testing, there will be two types of testers: the alpha testers and the beta testers. The researchers, shall serve as the alpha testers, and the selected respondent will serve as our beta testers. So both alpha and beta testers will be provided a link to test the prototype and evaluate our questionnaire using the Google form. So the choices in testing the prototypes are fail, neutral, pass in the alpha testing. Fail if the prototype needs improvements. So next, the neutral if it's almost complete. And lastly, pass if it meets the expected functionality. Strongly agree, and strongly agree in the beta testing. Strongly disagree if the prototype is not complete, and disagree if the prototype needs improvement, agree if it's almost complete, and lastly, strongly agree if it meets the expected functionalities. Please. That, hello?
So based on our data that was gathered, we also provided a set of questionnaires for the alpha testers and beta testers in testing the prototype. These consist features, usability, and design. Feature evaluates the responses of overall prototype features. Usability considers what goes into the entirety of the prototype such as the user friendliness and navigation. Lastly, design evaluates how the prototype pieces were put together, including the colors, graphics, and the text that were used. The reason why we conducted this is to assess whether the prototype is effective to help find applications that promote and preserve Mindanao culture. So this is our alpha test outcome. This was the results in our prototype's features. The first test was conducted by the alpha testers. The alpha testing was done by the researchers. Based on the testing, we discovered that our prototype is almost complete, as not all expected outputs were met and passed. These expected outputs were our prototype's features, such as the upload and sign out. Other than that, the rest received a positive response in regards to the testing the prototype features.
So the beta testing was done by other researchers that are developing application that can be used or that can be used in our studies. So based on the testing, the five respondents evaluated our prototype features. So the result was uploads got the failing mark as what I said earlier, as upload is not functional. The region page received a pass and neutral rating, since navigating through it can be difficult at times due to the clickable region information. Aside from that, the rest received a positive rating. Next is the usability. Based on the testing, the five respondents evaluated our prototype usability. The outcome was a mixed score of disagree, agree, and strongly agree for the navigation in the region page. Due to the clickable region information on the region page, as it can be difficult to navigate at times. Aside from that, the rest received a positive rating.
Lastly is the design. Based on the testing, the five respondents evaluated our prototype's usability. The result was the respondent interpreted our design and layout as lacking, as the prototype's design is merely based on OLAC language archives, which has a minimalistic and simplistic aesthetic design. Aside from that, the rest received a positive rating. So in our conclusion, the, the compiled research findings showed the researchers were able to create a web-based repository that aims to gather applications that promote and preserve Mindanao culture. With the help of the repository, users can easily find more Mindanao culture applications. We believe that creating this prototype has been a success overall, although a few improvements can be made in the future, such as fixing and improvements of the prototype's design and feature. So next we will proceed to our demo.
So, so for our demonstration of prototype, let me present our prototype. Mm. So tell me if you can see the screen. If is it clear to everyone?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Yes, yes, thank you. So the prototype, I we use Adobe XD as our tool in creating the prototype. So as you can see, the prototype is merely based on the merely based on the design of the OLAC language archive, or the Open Language Archive community, which you can search it, which is you can search it the Google. So in the homepage, it has the map of the whole Mindanao, which consists of 6 regions: the Caraga, the Northern Mindanao, the Zamboanga Peninsula, Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Sacsargen, and the Davao region. So they are, as all regions are according to their colors. So in the web panel, as you can see, the region can be sorted. The map can be sorted into region. For example, if the users will only want to view the Davao region, he or she can he or she can only click the purple, which according the Davao region color coding. If it's clicked, it is said that there are 17 apps are available in this region. So clicking the Davao region will highlight only the Davao region. For example, if you click the Davao del Norte, it said that there are four applications. What do you mean of the four application? So in the region page, you can see the basic information about the Davao del Norte and and the majority of their spoken language, and lastly is the application that are somehow that can be related in the Davao del Norte. So this application was was made by our fellow researchers that are that part of the research. These are the Magtoon made by the NCJ team, the Historia AR made by the Call of Duties, the ARI from the ARIS team, and the Tribo from Team Pibaro. So these are the application that can be built in each region. So in the visit link, the content creator is responsible for this, as the visit link is only link that can be visited in order to view their application, which is not just functional. So it's based on the content creator. So next is if we move around, you can also view the Davao del Sur, the Compostela Valley. As the Compostela Valley, it is the same earlier that it also had the basic information of the Compostela Valley, and the most common language that they use, the Cebuano, and also the examples of the application that can be seen in the region of the Compostela Valley. So example is the Magtuon, which is based on the Tinugbuanong Binisaya, and the Storia AR, same with the Tinugbuanong Binisaya, and the ARI can be used for the mobile application to visualize and give life a picture book. And last is the Team Biparo, is all about the application that helps hikers, tourists, and tour guide in hiking. So it can also be part in this region. So next is you can view the northern Mindanao area, the Misamis Occidental, the Lanao del Norte, the Bukidnon, and the Misamis Oriental. Same with the and the Zamboanga Peninsula, the Caraga, and also the autonomous region Muslim in Mindanao, which can you be viewed the same. It's the same as earlier. So the next picture that we have is is available to sign up. So assuming that you have created the account or you want to create account, let's say a user have already created account, you can input the email and the password. The user can sign in, and here the users can view their profile their basic profile about them, and the application that they want to include. For example, is the Kagan from the technical JS, the Kagan that can be found in the Java rental, and the users can also upload, assuming that the users can type the app name, upload their application or the logo of their application, the name of the developers, the brief description of the app, and the paste link here. So based on the data that we have gathered, based on the it is based on the user that what interpreted that the map is hard to navigate since the map is only limited to the Adobe XD. It can just like this. If you want to click, it can be clicked to the region page instead of hiding the region information or the region like the Pokemon. Then it can also go back to the whole map Mindanao like this one. You can also click the Bukidnon. Same with the in here. It will depends on the applications that was uploaded. If a certain place have that can speak the Cebuano, like this one, they somehow Cebuano is not common, so these are the only application that can be available in the region of Bukidnon. And somehow that's all for the presentation. So lastly, here it is said that in Bukidnon in Northern Mindanao there are 10 applications. The Bukidnon has only 2 applications. The Misamis Oriental 4. So Misamis Occidental 2 application, and lastly the Lanao del Norte 2 application, which concluded into 10 application that you can see in the sorted panel in this area. So far, that somehow concludes the
Okay, thank you. Thank
of
you,
the
Vincent and Vlad, for your presentation, for your wonderful presentation. Now we could cater 2 questions for the team who would want to ask. Questions? From Ned, I have a question. How will the repositories be sustained in a very long time? Would a decentralized model technology be more applicable for this? Yun, that's a very good question from Ned. How will it be sustained if you would want to develop this repository, this type of project?
Hello. So thank you for the question. Based on the question that it will depend on the data that can be inputted in the repository. So somehow this will be, yes, it really depends on the data that be putted in the repositories, and that's the question for you.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. So, to add no to the answer of Vincent, what he was trying to say is that if given the data that you have, say for example, you are going to cater all Mindanao languages, for sustainability, I think it would be better if you are going to partner with some, like say, government organization. One would be the best would be the Department of Tourism, like say for that is in charge for the Mindanao island or a certain region. So like say the Department of Tourism in Region 11, you need to partner with them just so they could really provide you with how are you going to sustain this one. So like maintaining the servers and such. So tama to nung question ni Ned, no? Kitsa man ang mo fund sa inyong research kung ing-ani siya like for the people siya na type of a project, no? So dili siya, wala siya specific na business. So this kind of research actually is normally you partner this one with some organizations or government entities like Department of Tourism na could really promote like say the languages within the region or things like that. Ito. Sige. One more question. Did we answer your question, Ned? Or do you have follow-up pa? Yes. Okay. So I think there's no more question for the third group. Okay, na si Ma'am Au. How about for applications that cover more than one region area in Mindanao? Is this or will this be supported? How? Add textual labels to your legend and not just rely on colors alone to address colorblind users. Sa home banda left panel. Okay, so researchers, how do you think? So I think a better scope or a bigger scope of like say for example the UST can actually fund this type of a research. So part na siya sa research agenda ni Department of Science and Technology. So you can partner with this one. Aside from the UST, we can also partner with, and a good thing is that UIC is very supportive with this kind of a research. So lower years or the other students can actually venture on this type of a research kay partner with some funding agency and UIC. Pwede na to siya i-host di are sa UIC. Si UIC ang mag-maintain sa servers, but of course the some operational expenses should be sourced out from different funding agency. So if we plan to increase the coverage of the scope of the project, then a bigger siya. So like a mother institution na siya ang dapat i-reach out ani for this one. Ayun, so researchers, hopefully you have noted on the suggestion of Ma'am Aurora, no? To add textual labels to your legend and not just rely on colors alone to address colorblind users.
So hello, ma'am. Based on follow-up sa comment suggestion, we also have contacted one of my friends in which basically have the job of the website design, but sadly he did not contact. Maybe siguro nalubong ang katumurag our email permission for him, or wala lang niya na reply. So we decide jud mi na i-contact na mo siya maayo para since naka-unsa siya sa website design, especially the design of the website, like the colors, especially the colorblind users. So we haven't since wala siya nag-reply, maybe because of busy during the pandemic.
Okay.
Yes.
Ayun. Yun, thank you, Ma'am Au. And then another suggestion from Sir Ian. maybe you could partner with the CDS, no? CDS na siya sa UIC, Sir Ian, no? Oh, ba community development, community development. Sorry. Once again, is S, community development. I forgot the S, service. Okay, community development services. Ayun, sige. Okay, so I think that would be all for the group of Vincent and Vlad. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation and research work. Now we will proceed to the next group. They will be presenting the topic about web design and content strategy enhancement for Philippine e-government services for this year 2021. To be presented by student researchers Julius Alvarez, Christian Clarido, and Ms. Cariel Solatorio. Please help me welcome the next group.
So, good morning, everyone. Good morning also for the panelists and also to you, Ma'am Tin. So, this is my team,
I am JM.
and I am Braille.
And I am Karil.
And our study is all about web design and content strategy enhancement for Philippine e-government system for 2021. So, what is the problem that we are trying to solve? The e-government websites in the Philippines do not appeal generally to the public. Then the current design lessens the experience of the overall uh, purpose of the website, as this creates an impact on the services they provided. So time is wasted in development and also its purpose in serving the public with the website due to the errors in the design. So errors found in the DOST website, that there are 79 errors and 139 alerts combined by evaluating using the WCAG guideline 2.1. So as the current design uses the outdated version of the WCAG guideline, which was updated last 2014, the newer version of the WCAG is now updated in 2018. So this could be which may be irrelevant in the moment of this research.
So, what inspires us to this research? Our team gathered some related studies similar to our paper, such as the web content has been identified as one of the main factors contributing to repeat visits, as content on the web includes text, pictures, graphics, layout, sound, and motion, making the right web content decisions are critical to an effective web design. And it is also an accessible website allows people with disabilities being independent, full or limited, safe and effective access to the content and functionalities, taking into account the nature of work of various user groups. Next.
This chapter is an outline of the research methodology used to answer the research questions. Next. Data collection, data analysis, and the development phase. For the data collection, we listed the top 10 e-government websites in the Philippines with most user traffic. For the data analysis, we used an existing tool called Wave Tool that can identify websites' common issues. For the development, we built a prototype that addresses the common issues found from the analysis. Next. So we intended to gather these websites based on the average traffic using SimilarWeb, which means these websites are the top 10 most visited or frequently used government websites. Next.
For our data analysis, our team used the WAVE tool. WAVE stands for Web Accessibility Evaluation Tool, to measure the number of errors that an e-government websites had, and it is also based with the WCAG guideline. So our team found some common errors such as the empty links, link image missing, alternative text, missing alt text, empty button, empty heading, and broken ARIA reference. So ARIA reference, ARIA stands for area labeled by or area described by, which means that the element that is being referred to by the specific ARIA attribute you're using either does not have a proper label or descriptor, or it is not present on the page. And some another problem that we have found is the improper use of colors and identifiable icons that makes the user use the website confused. Next, please.
So for our development, we used Figma as our main prototyping tool, as this made us more easier to collaborate with my team in this online class setup. And we choose the top 3 websites to create or redesign the landing page according to the updated guidelines of the WCAG. So for the results, these are the outcomes. For our respondents profile, their age are in 21 to 22 years old, and there are 75 of the respondents that doesn't have any disabilities, and 25% are either visually or motorically impaired. So 62.5% of the respondents answered that they are always or frequently using the computer. So for the results, we have divided our questionnaire into 4 guidelines, which are the contrast, perceivability, understanding, and user experience, as the overall average scored into a 4.42. So we could consider, based on the overall ratings, that it was able to satisfy the objective of the research.
So next.
M.
Sorry. In conclusion, the results provided an overall positive result based from the experience of the respondents. We could look up into this that the proposed design could solve the problems with contrast errors, perceivability, understanding, and user experience of the website. If given the chance to implement the guideline on all Philippine government websites, that would give a significant impact on the user experience of the website.
Naputol ka, M.
Okay, maybe the other members of the group could proceed with the presentation or for the demo na.
Yes, ma'am.
Conclusion naman niya. Okay, sige.
Before we end, we would like to acknowledge our team for doing its best as giving the 100% of all their efforts in doing this research, and also to Ma'am Tin for always guiding us in this study. So in this part, we will demonstrate our proposed design. Wait lang, mama.
Okay, sige, it's okay. Nandiyan tayong mga technical problems na ma-encounter.
Entire screen i-share.
Sige.
So, is it visible?
Yes, you can see it.
So, here is the top 3 websites that we have redesigned according to the updated WCAG guideline. First is the Department of Education.
Sorry.
So we improved the color contrast between the navigation and also set up the words that needed to be as a option here in the options tab, options button. So we can see here the improved contrast between the colors, and also we set also uh, the images aspect ratio retained from the original design. Also, for a specific section, we added a heading and also titles of specific logos. Next is the DOH website. Also, we retained the construct of the design of the DOH based also on the depth ed. Also, set its colors to its brand as DOH and improve the contrast between the selection of panels here. So as you can see, and also we provided more emphasis on the buttons on the articles or other reading materials provided by the DOH. And also we did not leave any dead links that is not understandable by any user. So we provided a option. We provided a instruction here that this web content is not available at the moment. We are sorry for the inconvenience, as what is based on the current design. And also for the links, to avoid to solve the problem with people uh, with color blindness, we inserted icons that could improve that they will identify a specific text that it is a link. So also for the DOST website, uh, they have a lot of reading materials for their website, as we provide emphasis on where would be the title and the details of the specific reading material and its content. So also with the links, we added icons to it to have emphasis that that is a link. So that is all for our prototype, and we would like to cater questions. Thank you.
Ayun, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, it's okay lang. Manadyo yung mga technical difficulties. Okay lang na siya, Julius. Okay, so the group now is open for questions. Anyone? Okay, question from Ma'am Au. How were the respondents chosen? What were your bases? And then was it a random sampling?
Yes, ma'am. It is a random sampling, as the government websites do not cater specifically a age limit or age specification or any gender application to its users. So we used random sampling and provided its questionnaires to them.
Sige, there are other questions pa. Okay, so from Ma'am Au, ay, na-answer na tong first question, Ma'am Au. Okay, so second question was the frequency they have accessed this sites part of your consideration for choosing the respondents? Kasi this may not be representative of the population that mostly access this site.
In that case, ma'am, we didn't consider the background of a specific respondent, because we took up into a general concept that since it is a government website, we assume that a specific Filipino could have a time in their life in accessing those.
Ayun, kasi based daw on observation ni Ma'am Au, very young ang users na nakuha no as respondents for the kuan. Okay, so maybe you could add this one as your later na dapat ansa na siya well distributed ang age bracket no of the respondents.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayun. Question from Sir Clyde. What is the population of your sample? How did you manage biases in this research? How would you relate your findings to existing theories on the study?
First is how is the population of your sample? Ay, mao na tong kang ma'am na question. So, how did you manage best in the research? How could you relate findings to existing theories of the study? So, the existing theories of this study, sir, specific example in Ghana. So they have an e-government website there that lacks user experience and does not follow guidelines accordingly. And this has a great impact on the service they provide. And after they have updated their design and they followed the guidelines, a huge amount of traffic and services have been completed successfully with its constituents in the country, sir.
Ayun, did they answer your question, Sir Clyde? Ayun, thank you for that question. Wala ba stats on the user profiles of these sites?
Wala, sir.
Okay. Do we have a way to know the statistics of the user profiles of these websites?
I think, ma'am, maybe there is, but that could have a ma'am, time constraint because we will thoroughly dig deep into each individual background of the users, and from the findings of the similar web, millions and thousands of users are in using it in daily basis.
Ayun. Yeah. Yes, we have a way to access, to know the profiles of the users of the sites, pero tawa si Ma'am output no, data privacy. Okay, so kana siya. For research purposes, bisan pa siguro research purposes na siya na mag-write mo letter sa DICT or whoever has the control of the data, I doubt na ano siya, nga na siya kadali po na i-release. Okay, so siguro for ang pinakadali gyud nato ma-approach and ma-reach out as our respondents are of course katong mga users na within our reach lang po siya. Ayun, so thank you for that presentation. Ayun, in contrast, so na-comment si Sir Ian. Are robustness and operability evaluated as part of the overall UX?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those are in our questionnaires.
Yun. Okay, so that would be all. Thank you so much to our dear faculties who are sharing their insights and questions and feedbacks. Very helpful. Okay, so thank you so much for the group of Christian.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we'll proceed to our next group. They will be presenting their research work about optical character recognition for image files containing Bisaya text. Okay, this will be presented by the team members, Tristan Montaner and Errol Coronado. Please help me welcome our next group.
Good morning, everyone. Budunggan ko, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tristan Montaner, and together with my partner Errol Coronado, and our study is about optical character recognition for image files containing Bisaya text. And for our introduction, the goal of this study is to assess the approach so that we will comprehend its capabilities and to know its benefits and its strengths and weaknesses of the software and to recognize its full potential. To learn more of what it can do and how it can make human lives easier, and to know more about what is it used for. And for our review of related literature, Tech Target explained that OCR systems are made up of a combination of hardware and software that is used to convert physical documents into machine-readable text. Once a physical document is scanned using OCR technology, the information it holds becomes easily accessible, and scanning such a document using OCR technology allows a user to access the text within the document. And for our methodology in data collection, this study will focus on the optical character recognition for image files containing Bisaya text. The results of this evaluation will be used to support the effectiveness of the system to extract the document files for the aforementioned text. We used Pytesseract in Python and Colab as our method of extraction. The data we have collected from the resource that we have gathered were used to design an application which can help. We used Google Colab to create a program that would help us extract data from an important image. And for our results and discussion, these are the outcomes. In book one, we were able to out of 10 pages, we were able to extract out of 11 pages, we were able to extract 10 pages correctly. And for the book two, 3 out of pages were correctly extracted. And for the book three, 2 out of 7 pages were correctly extracted. And in book four, 13 out of 14 pages were correctly extracted. In book 5, 9 out of 10 pages were correctly extracted, and in 6 to 10 pages, we were able to extract all the pages perfectly. In conclusion, the researchers were able to distinguish the Pytesseract strength and limitations. There are texts that the Pytesseract OCR were not able to extract due to the poor image quality and colorful image. The main advantage of OCR technology are save time, decreased errors, and minimized effort. The researchers were able to discover how OCR works and what it is used for. Pytesseract OCR is a very remarkable technology that holds a lot of potential that may help human lives easier in the future. And that's all our presentation. Well, we will now proceed to the demonstration.
Hello. So these are the Tesseract. Can install the Tesseract by CDF install Tesseract OCR. CDF install PyTesseract. So PyTesseract is a tool that recognizes text on image. So here, installing the PyTesseract and import all the libraries so that it can recognize the import images. So we can manually upload the file by this following code. So here, these are the images that we can upload to the PyTesseract. So let's try this number 6. This is the uploaded image. So in the in this line, so we can put the name of the image, the 6, and then in this bottom, this is the result in the extracted text. So let's see if it's correct.
Okay, is that the end of your presentation, demonstration, Errol? Okay, so yun, so that's the presentation of the group of Mr. Montaner and Mr. Coronado. Thank you for that presentation. Any questions? So we are now open for questions from our dear faculties, professors. Ayun, so question from Sir Clyde. Have you considered any class of occlusion problems?
Kuan lang ma'am kanang masking clear na
Sir
gud ang
Clyde,
image.
Sir Clyde,
Ay,
address
sir
your
kanang
answers to Sir Clyde.
sir kanang mas even though the image is cleared, sir, the software or the PyTest is not able to extract the text correctly, even though we use high image quality, and even though it's not colored, sir, it was still not able to extract the text correctly.
Yun. So, any insights from Sir Clyde based on the answer of Mr. Montaner? In real time, you will encounter a lot of occlusions. How will you prepare for that? Searchers?
Siguro ano na lang yung sir, we'll provide another document. We will try to provide another document or image so that we can extract it correctly. We will provide another image, sir, so that we can extract the text correctly.
Ayun, researchers, are you reading the conversations in the chat? Maybe you can explain what is occlusion in your idea.
Occlusion, two or more objects come too close and seemingly merge and combine with each other. For your question, sir, wala dahil may naka-encounter wrongly track the occluded images, or it will wrongly identify initially tracked object, new object. We didn't encounter such problems.
Okay, so for the information of everyone, no, Sir Clyde and Ma'am Au are, doing research on image processing. So if you are into research about image processing, you can approach Sir Clyde and Ma'am Aurora. Ayun, so yeah. So maybe Sir Clyde can give a siguro short wisdom about the question about the topic about occlusion. Can we still encounter occlusion for 2D images? Ayun, maybe on another avenue. Okay, sige. Pero can we or do we expect? Okay, so for 2D images, you can still see occlusions or you can still encounter occlusions for image inputs daw. Okay, yun, si Sir Clyde. Ayun, so maybe the researchers could really further the research and knowledge about the topic, especially if you would want to really work on this type of research, like image processing, okay, for text recognition, especially that you are dealing with something that would really help, especially kung mga books na siya, no? And then you would want to give an interpretation or recognize the text in the book, and it's just so you will be able to deliver a better application for learning or for, like say, mga health apps. So, ano siya. So, things like this one should be considered. Ayun, so do we have, thank you so much, Sir Clyde and Sir Ian and Ma'am Au for the questions. Napatay other questions for the team? Okay, so if none, thank you so much, the group of Tristan and Errol. Now we will proceed to our next group. Our next group will be presenting effective communication in Cebuano using cooperative principle on chatbot. To be presented by our third year CS students, Joseph Cedeño and Miss Nicole Nakar. Please help me welcome our next group.
So our study is about effective communication in Cebuano using cooperative principle on chatbot. Chatbots are software programs that simulate the conversation with a real person by imitating human language. Human conversation communication is based on rules and guidance to converse properly, effectively, and cooperatively. In linguistics, these rules in Paul Grice's cooperative principle allow frictionless conversational flow between the conversers. The objective of this study is to determine if applying the cooperative principle in a Savannah chatbot would be effective. Review of related literature. Conversational agents promise to build a fast, easy, and cost-effective platform for engaging with consumers in the customer service sense. Although numerous agents have been implemented in the past, most of them could not meet the expectations anticipated. Researchers designed a science research project to learn how to create cooperative and social conversational agents to improve customer service efficiency. The study conducted lacks design knowledge for conversational agents or CAs and the design science research or DSR approach, which is contribution framework by Gregor and Hefner and theory development in DSR by Kueller and Vaishnavi, is the researchers' solution to address the gap. They have pursued iterative design and evaluate the CA artifact on the baseline of the cooperative principle. Many results identify the issues due to lack of design, such as poor service quality, causing the customer to stop using the CA. And also, they have not considered CAs as viable alternatives to traditional customer service channels. As a result, they have argued that it is suitable to apply the DSR approach to address these issues. People nowadays prefer to seek health related knowledge or information from the internet through online healthcare services. Rather than searching through a list of potentially important documents from the internet, creating question and response forums is becoming an easy way to answer questions. The well trained experts' responses can include acronyms with various potential definitions and non standard terms. A chatbot called Zenative aims to close the language divide between health services and patients by providing instant responses to their questions. As a result, using standardized technology to automatically code the patient record is extremely desirable. The study suggests a method for coding medical records using local mining and global approaches. Local mining aims to code medical documents for extracting medical terms from each document and mapping them to terminologies based on externally validated vocabularies. Global learning aims to learn key concepts lacking in a vast set and propagate precise terminologies among underlying connected medical records. Methodology. For our data collection, we conducted an online meeting where we discussed a brief demonstration on how the user can converse with Pitik and observe how the participants communicated with Pitik. During the testing, we continuously monitor the conversational flow of every user of Pitik in Firestore. We also monitor their conversations and dialogue flow. Cooperative principle. Effective human conversational communication is founded on a few simple principles that people usually apply spontaneously. These principles are described in linguistics by Paul Grice's cooperative principle, which explains how people interact efficiently and behave cooperatively by contributing the appropriate amount of information to enable a frictionless conversational flow. The maxims
Miss
of
Nicole, excuse
yes,
me.
ma'am.
Kasi pwede mapakusgan ang ang
Ay,
volume sa imong voice or parang ano nimo.
ay, sige ma'am. Magbalik ko sa
Dili, okay lang, sige lang. Continue lang, dire. Pero pwede pa, anohan lang.
okay, ma'am.
Okay.
The maxims of quality, quantity, relation, and manner are four prominent maxims of Grice that include pragmatic guidance for how to communicate. This principle is used in designing the chatbot to create more natural conversational flows and improve the user experience. Risk factor form. The questions we use for the chatbot are from a risk factor form provided to us by a professional healthcare worker. The formula that we use to calculate the risk factor is from the website UpToDate. Lastly is Pitik. Pitik is a web application that utilizes Google's dialog flow to create a chatbot that focuses on assisting end users by profiling them and showing them the possibility of acquiring a heart disease. The web application has two features, which is news and nearest doctors. For the news feature, we use the Google News API to keep the user updated on the latest news relating to heart disease in the Philippines. For the nearest doctors feature, we use the Places API by Google to get the list of nearest doctors and their contact details around the user's area. Using JavaScript Geolocations API, we can get the latitude and longitude of the user's location. We have specified the radius to 10,000 to narrow the nearest doctors. After getting the results, we use the Haversine formula to further sort the result to its nearest coordinate. We also limit the results to 20 doctors. This is the conversation flow of Pitik. In the first stage, the chatbot and user will exchange greetings. After that, the chatbot will ask for the user's demographic data such as name, age, and sex. The chatbot will also ask for the user's anthropometric measures like height and weight. It will begin to gather symptoms or illnesses that the user feels. If the user is a female, it will ask pregnancy-related questions like if she is pregnant right now, how many pregnancies she had experienced, and etc. The chatbot's next step is to get the user's medical history. After acquiring that, it will also ask for their surgical history. The last questions that the chatbot will ask are health-related questions such as their diet, if they consume alcohol, if they smoke, if they exercise, their total cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and systolic blood pressure. Lastly, it will calculate the possibility of the user having cardiovascular disease. Results and discussion. 11 participants from far-flung areas tested the chatbot. Results showed that only male users succeeded in conversing with the chatbot due to a part of the conversation changes when the user is female. Female users were asked pregnancy-related questions, some of which required the user to answer in numeral form, but they responded in cardinal numeral form. Lack of training and symptom gathering process were also the reasons why participants had a hard time communicating with the chatbot, especially a long sequence of responses. Based on the result, 45.45% is the success rate of conversing with Pitik. Conclusion. In this paper, we found out that using conversational design flow with cooperative principle on chatbots improves the quality of conversation in the Cebuano language chatbot despite the limitations we mentioned. In the future, we will convert the cardinal number of the Cebuano language to an actual integer to address the issues occurring in female conversation, improve its symptom gathering process, and add some suggestion chips to help users on responding to the chatbot, including the enhancement of the profiling mechanism. And now let's proceed to the demonstration of the application.
Makita ninyo.
Yes, we can see it.
So, Pitik has two other features. It is news and location. So this is the news. So the user can view the latest news, which we can see 15 hours ago. And when once we click it, it will view the full article about the news. Then we have the location. So once we click the location, it will ask for your permission to access your coordinates. So if we allow it, it will return the list of doctors, nearest doctors around me. So these are the nearest doctors around me. So this is the two other the features. So next is we're going to converse with Pitik. So hello, may adlaw. Okay lang. So mayong adlaw. Magsugod na ba daw siya pangutana? Sige. So akong pangalan, for example, Walter White. So unsa daw akong edad? 40. Tapos lalaki ko. Ang height is 170 cm. After that, it take us if I have symptoms daw. So I'll answer wala since I don't have one. So after that, it will ask for medical history. Since I don't have any medical history, so I'll just say that. Wala. So next one is surgical history. So example, I'll just answer na reason of it na slide ko. So it will ask when this happened last December. So it will ask for conformity. So wala na. Kamusta ang pagdayeta? Okay ra. Nagapanigarilyo ba daw ko? So wala. Nag-inom ko alcohol? Wala. Tapos nag-exercisyo ba ko? Wala. So kung waist circumference ko, 25. So mga as na siya systolic blood pressure. So for me, wala man ko kabalo unsa ni siya nga term. So magingon ako wala ko kabalo. So nagka-diabetes, wala. Ana. Tapos nagkapabitay ng blood pressure, wala. So Pitik returns my cardiovascular disease has 2.2% chance. So it also calculated my BMI. So for our study, we should get if the user is successful. So we can view it by tapping the view. So we click here. So these are the list of user that successfully converse with Pitik. So Walter.
Joseph, other window na siya.
Sorry.
Dili siya makitaan.
There we go.
Makita na yung screen.
Yes, we can see it.
So, muna ning list of kaning user. So, si Walter White na ganun. So, as you can see, Walter White is in the database. So, this is how we compute for success in our chat. So, that's it. That's for the demo. Thank you.
Okay, so kakit sa baby, oy. Okay, so ayun, thank you so much for the presentation of Joseph and Nicole. So you can also explore the Pitik chatbot by going to pitik.uic.edu.ph. Okay, so the group is now accepting questions for their presentation. Any question?
Yes, ma'am. The questions were from medical professional.
Yun. Okay, so I think they have so to reach out to one of the faculties from the pharmacy program here in UIC to consult with, and that as that professional, Dr. Cherry Moanya, is really working with the community, no? Yes. So working with the community siya. Ayun, so there's a question from Sir Clyde. Is this a rule-based type of a chatbot? Aside from first-level questions, have you considered complex queries?
Like what example of complex queries, sir? This is not it, it's not a rule-based chatbot, but it follows a checkpoint so that the conversation must follow I must follows. Yes. It accepts a pattern, sir, so I guess it accepts sentences. Yes, sir. For example, we have encountered issues such as cardinal numerals, sir. For example, the user chats kaupat and chatbot must get the word pattern kaupat even if it is in the sentence form. So as for now, it is still under development, but it caters the cardinal numeral translation. Cardinal, yes, sir. Numeral na, sir. Cardinal sa first. Yes, sir.
Ayun, thank you so much for the questions. And so specific limitations ni chatbot in terms of answering, responding to queries. Specific limitations.
Siguro, I think the specific limitation is that when the user should not what should not dili dapat sila maghatag og din og symptoms, sir. So warag na sila i-flow nga i-follow before jud mag-proceed. Maning ganing limitation nga mong ma-specify, sir. Warag dili siya kaning asa good miski asa lang siya maka-chat. Na jud dapat siya i-flow i-follow. Okay, sir, Clyde. Yes, sir. About the data privacy, sir, so far we did not put some of that, sir. But in the future, we will add about it.
Ayun, so especially karon no na medyo strict na ang ato ang ethics office sa research RPC. So things like this one, especially if you are collecting data, kailangan dyan na to og katong ethics form and something like that. Yes. Yun, so there's a question from Ma'am Al. I believe you have answer to this one. If the user strays from the conversation, what happens?
Yes, ma'am. So once the user has three mistakes, it will prompt a message that he or she can just reload the website so that he or she can start from the beginning. So that's it. How about the cost of this project? So far, we are using Google Cloud Console to develop this project, and we have used Dialogflow um, to the conversation. So all of them are trial. Yes, since we have $300 free. maintenance, is it costly? I think yes, yes. Since dialog flow in app engine, since the app is deployed in app engine, it costs it causes user.
For now, they are not yet paying anything, or they are not yet being charged. No, kay ano pa man siya within the scope of the trial version pa man siya. So for the trial version, specifically for the dialog flow, 200 concurrent users are allowed. But of more than 200 concurrent users using the API, the chatbot, mano na sila, ma-charge na sila, and that's, I think, 0.002 per second of conversing with Pitik per user. Okay, so 0.002 cents, dollars, I mean, $0.002 per user per second. Ayun. Yes. Thank you for that suggestion, Sir Clyde. So maybe if medyo lisod siya medyo lisod pa mag-plot o actual cost na i-incur by the application, especially kung gamay lang kayo pa ilang na test. I think they have only tested with 11 respondents pa lang. So if they're going to deploy it publicly, or like daghan na kay concurrent users ka na siya, mag-spike up jud ang cost, both for the app engine and the API, dialog flow. Ayun. Sige. Napatay other questions. Thank you, Sir Clyde, Ma'am Au, and Sir Ian for those questions. And thank you for the presenters for the presentation of your research work. Okay, so, ayun. Now we will proceed to our next group, where they will be presenting their research work about a better user experience design for the promotion and preservation of the Kagan tribe language. To be presented by the researchers John Villaflores, Justine Palma, and Geno Nicolas. Please help me welcome our next group.
Good morning, everyone. Unda kang mo, ladies and gentlemen. Ako kadi si Geno Nicolas, and with me are my groupmates.
Ako kadi si John Mariana Villaflores.
Ako kadi si Justin Lloyd Palma.
And today we are going to present to you our research paper entitled A Better User Experience Design for the Promotion and Preservation of the Kagan Tribe Language.
So, preserving and promoting the native language in Mindanao with the use of technology, specifically considering the help of UI/UX, is its main purpose. We wanted to create an application that can help lessen the extinction of Kagan language.
According to our research review of related literature, in the present, there were at least 10,000 languages spoken, and around 5,000 languages remain in the present. The reason why this sudden decrease of languages that are being spoken is because due to some seldom use or no longer being used.
So for our methodology, we interviewed 2 Kagan speakers as our respondents to gather data about the Kagan tribe and their language, like translations of words and phrases for commonly used objects, way of greetings, etc. So some of the questions that we asked during the interview were, what are the traditions from Kagan tribe? What are the basic grammar and phrases of Kagan language? How can they preserve and promote the language in their own way? And what is the Kagan translation of a specific words or phrases? So with the gathered data, we use it as a basis to create features, functions, and design for the prototype. Next. So in the development, we use Figma. It is a prototyping tool which is primarily web-based to design a working prototype on the implementation of our application. For the testing, the researcher performed an alpha testing and beta testing to determine if there are bugs or issues within the
prototype. The alpha testing was done by the researchers themselves, while the beta testing was done by the two Kagan speakers and 11 non-Kagan speakers. The questionnaire was made using a Google form and was sent to the respondents. The questionnaire followed a percentage rating starting from 0% described as not applicable, 25% as needs improvement, 75% as almost complete, and 100% as complete, along with the respondents' remarks. So for the features, first we have the account feature where user can sign up, sign in, edit their profile, and sign out to the app. Next is the basic grammar. So there are three levels in the basic grammar feature. So first is the greeting. It is the basic greetings in Kagan. Level 2 is the introduction, where it is the basic language, Kagan language in introducing yourself or someone. And in the level 3 is phrases that are used in Kagan conversation. Then next feature is documentation. This is where users can read the explanation and descriptions about the Kagan's culture, food, and occasions. Next. So next feature is audio tagging. Users who speak Kagan can contribute their knowledge about the language by audio tagging. And last feature is translations. This is where Kagan users can add translations of their culture, food, occasions in Kagan language.
So for results and discussion, obviously, as what Justin has said a while ago, the testing was done through alpha and beta testing. According to the results that we have gathered, the features were a good way of facilitating the learning experience of the user given the organization it provides. However, only the audio button is not functional due to the limitation of the prototyping tool used by the researchers. Despite the absence of the audio button function, the respondent considered that it may be functional and useful given that it is being run through a website where it only presents the prototype. The respondent stated that the audio button feature is good to really make use of and have the user gain a sense of experience hearing how the words are being said.
So for as a conclusion, the researchers create a better user experience that can promote and preserve the Kaga tribe's language and culture. So there may be features that weren't able to function due to the limitations of the prototyping tool, for example, the audio button and the documentation feature, but the respondents were able to give us positive feedbacks on how the prototype's design is effective in preserving and promoting the Kagan tribe language. So that is all for our presentation. Then we will now proceed with our prototype. So here is our prototype. Here is our splash screen. And then there will be a welcome sign. Then you can choose either sign in or sign up. Let us just consider signing in. Then enter your username and password. Here is our dashboard. You can see two options, the basic grammar and the documentation. Here is basically non Kagan speakers can easily learn the Kagan language. Here we have the three categories: the greetings, introduction, and phrases. So, for example, Assalamualaikum, and then the translated in Tagalog or Filipino is ang kapayapaan ay sumaiyo, and English is peace be upon you. So here we have this audio button which is not available since the limitation of Figma. Then okay, get it. Then the next page will be the review, whether you were able to understand the previous page. So assalamualaikum, kamusta? And then kita, the guide kita gagaya, kita tayo mamaya, or see you later. And then we will now proceed with the documentation. So for the documentation, we will proceed with the food. So what is Kanduri? So which means a huge celebration of Thanksgiving. It is a huge Thanksgiving celebration of the Kagan tribe. And then there are also other traditions wherein linagutan, which means a long sleeve blouse, a bit body hugging around the torso waist area, which is worn by women from the Kagan tribe. And then let's proceed with the audio tagging and translation. Basically, Kagan speakers can help contribute Kagan language by sharing their knowledge with us. So here in audio tagging, for example, basic grammar, oo, they can record their voice, like hold the record, for example, and then they can play it back. What is the translated word of oo in Kagan? And then they can place related words or keywords of what is oo. For example, oo, opo, or yes. Done. Next is for the translations. You can contribute also um, to translate words in text. So what is the translated word of Kagan? Translated word of oo in Kagan. And then done. So that is all for our prototype. Thank you.
Ayun, thank you so much. Amazing energy from the
Yes.
group, no? Na ano ko, na card ko sa energy. Sana all may ganong energy. Okay, so ayun. So now we are open for questions from Sir Clyde. To better improve your design, make use of images appropriate for the content. Mas nindot kung na-edit photos of Kagan people.
Yes, we considered adding pictures from the Kagan tribe, but then the documentations from the Kagan tribe isn't available on the internet. That is what our respondent also said to us, that di jud siya makitaan yun on the internet kasi di siya unlike siya sa ibang tribes na meron na sila sa internet. Ang Kagan tribe kasi kay parang less lang kanila ang resources. So mahirapan kami maghanap po sa internet. So we have to like go back to the history talaga if we wanted to add. But we still considered it.
Ayun. Sige. Napay other question? Thank you so much for that. From our students from first year and second year. You have questions? Okay, so sige ako, mag-ask ko para at least 2 questions per group. Same with my questions sa first group, what were the, challenges you have encountered while doing this research work?
Actually, when we were trying to get some respondents in order to test our prototype, we encountered problems like finding people who knows how to speak Kagan and the history behind the Kagan tribe. And with the help of our friends from UIC as well, they introduced us a UICian who is part of the Kagan tribe, wherein she agreed to be interviewed via Google Meet and for it to be recorded, and that.
Okay. So were native speakers consulted, or if not, were there linguists involved? Asked question by Sir Ian.
Actually, sir, there were no native there is a native speaker consulted, but only the grandfather, the parents, and the other relatives of the Kagan speaker whom we have consulted. She also asked help from them because from her background, she is still not yet confident that from all the knowledge that she has with regards to the Kagan history.
Okay, but there were no linguists consulted in the study, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so hearing none, thank you so much for that wonderful and very energetic na presentation. Very good presentation from the group. Napa ba daw Milo na bili? Okay, so okay. Very good presentation. So if there's no more question for the team of Geno Jam and Mr. Palma, we will proceed now to the next presenters. So the next research paper to be presented is the topic, or will tackle about the topic of telerehabilitation applications patient-centered design guidelines for stroke patients. To be presented by our student researchers, Angelo Fernandez, Althea Avila, and Christian Talo. Please help me welcome our next group.
Kita po.
Yes, makita.
So, good morning everyone. Once again, welcome to the first CCS Undergraduate Research Symposium. I am Angelo Fernandez, together with my group, Ms. Avila and Mr. Talo, presenting to you the topic Telerehabilitation Applications, Patient-Centered Design Guidelines for Stroke Patients. In this paper, we will discuss our introduction, methodology, results, conclusion, and prototype. So, let's start. Stroke is the second leading cause of death and disability worldwide, and it is projected to rise further. With this, the government should prioritize healthcare facilities to provide prevention. The application of the National Stroke Policy is a milestone in improving stroke care in the Philippines. But still, it follows the traditional rehabilitation, and not all Filipinos have access to specialized medical staff and workforce availability. We suggest that this problem can be aided by a wide range of technologies with application in rehabilitation, such as telerehabilitation. Meta-analysis found that telerehabilitation improves stroke survivors' everyday life, skills, and motor control in the same way that traditional rehabilitation does. Online rehabilitation system can enhance patient-doctor communication since they can receive real-time feedback, and this can reduce transport costs. Sorry. Traditional rehabilitation patients are assisted by physicians and do rehabilitation face-to-face. However, in telerehabilitation, they will use photos or video demonstrating how to do the therapy on their own. Telerehabilitation is useful for stroke patients, especially those who have difficulty in moving around or who rely on their caregivers or do not have access to rehabilitation facilities, which is common in low-income countries, which includes Philippines. There are numerous telerehabilitation applications nowadays in the United States that are found effective, such as constant therapy. It was developed by Boston University scientists and has received awards from different associations and has been recommended by neurologists, pathologists, and occupational therapists. A study conducted by them compared the patients who used tablet-based rehabilitation and a patient who completed the same therapy in a clinic with a clinician. And according to the report, tablet-based home users learned skills faster and practiced therapy more often than clinic users. Other telerehabilitation applications such as Constant Therapy, PTPAL, and MyRehab Pro all have similar features, which are video conferencing as means of communication of patient and clinicians, library of media handouts for instructions, and personalization of preferred rehabilitation. With this, we see a feature that could enable stroke patients to monitor their progress and will help them motivate themselves to do good or to follow recommended exercises. Because according to Jong, self-monitoring is a key aspect of patient self-management to create awareness. This study will be limiting and focusing on the application design guidelines for telerehabilitation, particularly for stroke patients. To achieve the goal,
Katong sa overleaf ay unsa yung pasabot kaning diri sa Google Docs? Ay buang sigog storya ba naka-off day ko. Ang pasabot mo kaning sa Google.
Miss Krisa, naka-on yung mic. Okay, so we proceed, Angelo.
Sorry. To achieve the goal, we created a prototype using Figma based on existing applications and the literature gathered. We have also performed an in-depth interview of a patient who is currently or have recently rehabilitated. We gathered their demographic profile, historical medical experience, and exercises to know the specific features which will be added to our application. Based on their answers they mentioned challenges such as the expense and effort required to travel to the rehabilitation center only to spend 2 to 3 hours there for 3 to 4 times a week. According to them, therapists plans the rehabilitation exercises and they noted that sometimes they use equipments in their exercises. We recommended various features based on their past medical history, rehab experiences, and exercises which they duly approved. We personalized our approach to the features of their literature and applications to be found. We have also highly considered the respondents' responses for they are vital in doing this research. They gave consent and approval to features which they found useful for them when doing a telerehabilitation. Features like list of activities every session, progress report, communication between patient and physician, set of instruction for exercises, video demonstration for movement, scheduling a session to the center to use specific type of, of equipments for the activities. For our testing, we use the UEQ questionnaire to enable users to make a fast evaluation of their user experience as detailed as possible to convey their thoughts, impression, and attitude about the application. It contains 26 items and each pair of terms with opposite meanings. This is also classified into 6 scales, which is attractiveness, perspicuity, efficiency, dependability, stimulation, and novelty. And each item was arranged accordingly to the scales and metric to measure items quantitatively. Attractiveness scale records the user's overall experience, which should influence by the values of the other scales. It is a pure valence dimension. Under this is the pragmatic quality, which refers to the interaction quality of the app. And under this interaction quality is the perspicuity, efficiency, and dependability. Stimulation and novelty are hedonic quality attributes, meaning users have little to do tasks or goals that provide enjoyment or fun when using it. As for our results, we calculated the mean and variance of each scale. A mean greater than or equal to 1 indicates a positive level of a scale and a less than 1, on the other hand, indicates a negative level. According to the data we gathered, attractiveness and efficiency are top of the list of scales identified. Users rate the application as good and user-friendly with a mean of 2.8. Based on the result of all the items on the attractiveness scale, users also observed the application was fast, practical, and organized, with a mean of 2.7, putting the efficiency scale in the second place. The highest mean gathered on each of the other scales was used to identify these items. In the results obtained from the respondent, the dependability scale has the lowest mean of all the other scales, but it is also clear that this scale does not have a negative mean. Although the dependability scale has the lowest score among other scales, we believe that it has to do with the items. Items tested under dependability scale are obstructive, supportive, secure, not secure, meets expectation, not meets expectation, especially predictability, whose item in the scale has the smallest one, with an average mean of 1.2. We suspect that the users were confused when asked to rate the predictability of the application because they didn't know how to calculate how predictable or how unpredictable the app is. The UEQ was divided into pragmatic quality and hedonic quality. Hedonic quality refers to the non-task related aspects of quality, while pragmatic quality refers to the task related aspects. And it is measured below the mean of the three pragmatic and hedonic quality. Although attractiveness receives the highest score, the results show that the hedonic and pragmatic qualities are also positive and indicating that the prototype's feature was useful. As for our result, the result shows a high positive user experience with regard to the usage of the application. We assume that this result would mean a high usage satisfaction by the users. This was supported by Singh 2014, where he said that the actual use of the application amplifies the perceived user experience of the respondents. Therefore, the attractiveness of an app to a user has a significant effect on the actual use of the application. We could attribute these results to achieving the objectives of the study that would help the stroke patients to do their rehabilitation using telerehabilitation application. As for a conclusion in this paper, user experience test results were examined. Results in the data gathering gave us knowledge about the specific features of a stroke telerehabilitation applications such as list of exercises, progress report, communication, video or via chat, and instruction for exercises. These results were found to be effective and should be included in the development of a telerehabilitation application. Despite the fact that dependability scale results have the least result among other scale, a more comprehensive and deeper investigation with a larger number of respondents, including thorough evaluation per feature to know areas where we could further improve the application, could be areas for potential research development. Our prototype will be presented by my other group member. Al.
Allow us to present to you our prototype.
This will be our landing page.
When a user has an account, he or she will directly go to the login page and input the required credentials.
And whenever he or she is a new user, he or she is required to sign up in order to use the application.
In creating a new account, the user can sign up using its Gmail account or manually type the following credentials that are needed.
After the new user is done filling up the required information, he or she can choose a physician from the list of physician and set it as their physician.
After setting the physician, the new user can choose the preferred date and time of his or her rehabilitation.
When it was set, the new user can now register on his or her account.
So let's get started.
In the application's home screen, the user will be able to see its following rehabilitation schedules, sessions, and reminders.
Each schedule has corresponding sessions, and the number of exercise sessions depends on the user's physician. Users cannot proceed to other sessions unless it is marked done.
The user can check his or her reminder on the Reminder tab.
This tab will refresh daily based on the reminder or notification of the user. As the user starts to do its session, a list of exercise will be shown. Again. The user cannot continue to do other exercises until it is marked done.
Each exercise has a video guide and instruction to fully understand and to correctly execute it. A timer will be set to start whenever the user is ready to perform the exercise.
If the user is done with the exercise, the application will display a congratulatory message and display the time duration of the exercise.
And the user can also choose how he or she is feeling after the exercise.
When the user wants to see his or her detailed schedule, he or she needs to click on the See More button on the home screen. And this is the schedule of the user. In creating the schedule, the user will choose what is the schedule for. Is it for a session or appointment?
In creating the schedule for a new session, the application will automatically create a session that is not scheduled, and the user will just to set the time and date.
In creating a new schedule for appointment, the user will need to set the date and time. However, both the date and time varies on the schedule of the physician. If he or she is available, if the physician is not available, the application will restrict the user to choose the time selected.
The user can also track his or her progress through the progress menu.
In the progress menu, the application will display the total exercise in hours and more.
There is also a feature where the user can communicate to its physician. Users can send an attachment like voice message, picture, or a video for a clearer conversation.
The user can also call the physician in the appointment set.
In the account, the user can view his or her personal information and can log out the account.
So I guess that's all for our prototype, and we welcome any questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mura ko nagtanaw og ano no, professional product demo. Okay, sige. So the group now is accepting questions. Any questions for them? Yun, questions from Sir Ian. Sige, researchers, can you answer the questions from Sir Ian?
In terms of the selected activities, the physician will choose will set the activities that the patient will do.
Wait, is that the answer for what question?
For for how were the activities included in the app. So it was
Okay.
selected by the physician.
Okay. How about the other questions?
Sa question po na, does your solution assume that surviving stroke patients are always knowledgeable? If not, how will the solution educate patient as well as guardian on what to do? Based sa among application po, kay ano na mo ang less more principle po in order for patient na makabalo sa how to use the application. Tapos based sa amo ang testing po, we gathered around 15 patients. And so far po sa amo ang testing kay good man ang result po. They can navigate through the application seamlessly po.
Okay. So I think it's more of the last question is, ano siya, like how to navigate the app. Is this the question all about, Sir Ian? Or na-answer ba sa mga researchers ang imong question, sir?
Appeal po dahil sa how will the solution educate patient as well as guardian, sir, kay naa dito sa amuang isa ka feature po na pwede sila mag-schedule og session po sa patient ay sa doctor po para sa clinician rather para dito sila mugo tapos dito na nila ma-question ng each other po with regards to any clarification po with an app kay patient needed to go to the rehabilitation center in order for them to use specific equipments po.
Okay. Sige. Number 1 na lang daw. Para kay Thea gid ni. Para kay Miss Thea ni.
So as for the question number 1, where does informed consent lie in your app? So we have a feature which is the user and the physician can communicate to each other. So so it might ito na part ma-involve ang informed consent.
Pero as of the moment, wala pa siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so future plan pa daw na siya. Future plan na future pa daw na, Sir Ian. Ayun. Sige, so we still have 3 minutes. Ayun na pa. How do you ensure that it is the patient who did the exercise?
Yes, sir.
Ay, according to ano po, how will you ensure that, according sa na-interview po na mo, sir, based sa mga tao daw na kasama niya during na nag-rehabilitate siya, naadyo daw sa patient kung gusto dyo daw nila maayo. That is why po we added feature na progress monitoring according kay John 2017, na progress will help them motivate themselves to do good or to follow recommended exercises po. Okay. It is a key aspect of patient self-management to create awareness po. Dili man po sila required na mag-adto og kanang rehabilitation center, pero they do daw because they really wanted to be rehabilitated. They want to be healthy again for their own sake. That's why po, ganun. Yes po, na po sa pasyente po. As of now po, subjective po siya.
Ayun. So, thank you. Thank you kaayo sa ato ang mga sa atong dear professors and faculties who asked questions, and to the presenters, student presenters and student researchers. Okay, so we will proceed for the information of everyone. We will not have any lunch break. So we'll just continue with the presentation. So you can have your working lunch break or you can have your lunch break while listening to the presentations. Okay, so we will proceed with our next presenter. The next topic to be presented is entitled Magtuon. It's a collaborative learning in an online environment for students under the Mother Tongue-based multilingual education force in Cebuanong Binisaya. To be presented by Camille Alimanya, Nico Gomera, and Joash Colomer. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Maayong udto sa tanan. Ani ako mi karon sa magawangan para i-presentar ang amoang aplikasyon ug mao kini ang magtuon. Kauban ako diri sila Joash Colomer, Nico Gomera. So Magtuon is an online collaborative learning with for students under MTB MLA for Sinubuanong Binisaya, and this approach use a web conferencing tools or online collaboration tools which allows the teacher or instructors to create a group for the students so that they can collaborate easily in an online environment. So our objective is mainly focused on creating interactive and collaborative way of learning in MTB MLE for the Sinubuan ng Binisaya website application. So for review of the related literature, the work of Rizali states that practicing five collaboration maturity, namely basic, partially implemented, integrated, collaborative, and transformative, is needed to get the greatest value of the technology. And also, according to Beno 2015, it indicates that the mother tongue is the key informants and experts on the field of it. It can use it to increase the instructional materials in the primary school. So according to Mani 2013, MTB-MLE learning theories help the learners to understand their own personal learning history, and it also helps the teachers in developing appropriate community-based learning activities. And according to FAHA 2013, states that the structure and guidance of the instructor are very important in online collaborative activity. So for our data collection, we use qualitative method in which we collect information through in-depth interviews of the teacher who are currently teaching MTB MLE in Sinubuan ng Dinisaya, and also we gather some information by reviewing some existing studies about online collaborative learning and MTB MLE. We also use learning principle that exists so that we can apply to create the design on our application or design prototype on our application. So one of these is Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy, as we believe that it provides a common language for teachers to discuss and exchange learning and assessment methods. So Bloom's taxonomy allows the students to reflect on particular topics where the teacher provides the implication related to the ideas. So, for the Bloom's taxonomy, ito yung features na as we believe na mag-fit siya dito sa learning principle dito sa Bloom's taxonomy. So, for Vygotsky sociocultural theory, Vygotsky cultural theory will help the students to have social interaction and develops higher order thinking skills. So, Vygotsky social cultural theory will help our application to emphasize more on collaborative nature of learning by the construction of knowledge through social negotiation. So this is one of the features that we believe it will fit on Vygotsky social cultural theory. So Asabel's theory. We want our application where children can learn information through video or text materials. Through Asabel's theory, it will help the children to build short and long-term memory and cognitive development. So this is the feature that, as we believe, it will fit on the Asabel's theory. So for the materials and methods, we gather or we collect an interview in the interview. We also gathered materials from online portal of the Department of Education where we got sinubuan ng Minisaya materials. In the online portal of the Department of Education, we gathered two types of materials, which are the learner resource materials and teacher resource materials. So for the data analysis, so during the analysis of the data, the research team thoroughly reviewed the transcripts of interviews. So we developed a list of questions based on our interview of related literature. Independently, we interview one teacher, which the team met to discuss, deliberate, and negotiate the various features identified on the application. So for the development, to develop the design of prototype, we use Figma, which is a vector graphics editor and prototyping tool, which is primarily web-based, and also in designing the application, we applied the Bloom's taxonomy, Vygotsky sociocultural theory, and Asabel's theory. So for the results and discussion, Mr. Colomer will discuss.
So in our results and discussion, the result of our testing shows 84% for the teacher's dashboard, which means the expected outcome does not meet the researchers. Since teachers cannot upload documents and videos as it is impossible to do it on Figma. The results of our testing shows 88% for the student's dashboard, which means the expected outcome does not meet by the teachers. Since students cannot use the audio for virtual classroom and chat area. So this is our results and discussion tables. So P for pass, F fails. Next comes. In the teacher's dashboard, it is 84%. It is 84% passing rate, and in the student's dashboard, it is 88% passing rate. In our conclusion, in summary, based on the results that the researchers gather, we conclude that when creating an online collaborative environment for a student, especially for the kindergarten student, it must include the 5 level of collaboration, maturity, and also to be able to learn easily. The application must have learning principles so that student can learn effectively.
So that's all, ma'am, for our PowerPoint presentation. For the demo, Nico Paul Gomera will present.
Makita po ang screen ko.
Yes, you can see it.
So, this is our application Magtuon, and this is the landing page of the application. And first, we will need to sign up an account. So, in order to sign up an account, the user will need to choose an account, either student or teacher. So, let's go to the student first. So, this is the student sign up page. So, in order to create an account, the student must fill up the needed information. And if the user has already an account, the user can click the sign in so that it go directly to the sign in or log in page of the student. So let's go now to the teacher. So this is the teacher sign up page, and in order to create an account, the teacher must fill the needed information. And if the user has already an account, the user can click sign in so that it directly go to the login page of the teacher. So let's go now to the login or sign in page. So the login page or sign in page, the user must choose an account if she or he has a student or teacher account. So let's go now to the student account, then log in. So this is the dashboard of the student. So let's click the course. So the course feature gives us 3 sub features, which quiz, group quiz, and material. So let's go now to quiz. So in this feature, the user can take a quiz. So in this feature, we applied Bloom's taxonomy, and one of its levels, which is remembering. So we think that it helps the students to learn easily. And let's go to group quiz feature. So in this feature, we applied Vygotsky sociocultural theory, so that the student can collaborate with other students in a group quiz. So let's go now to material. So in this feature, we applied Osabel theory, which the student can view the materials that has been posted by the teacher. So this is an example of the materials. So that's all for the student side. So let's go now to the teacher side. So this is the teacher dashboard, and let's go now to the course feature. And the course feature gives us two sub features, which create course and course list. So create course. So it is in this page, the user can create course and input the description of the course. And next is course list. So this is the page wherein the user can view the created course, and by clicking the course name, it gives us three sub features, which add quiz, add materials, and add student. So let's go to add quiz. So add quiz gives us two sub features, which is individual quiz and group quiz. So in individual quiz, the user can create questions for the quizzes, and the group quiz allows the user to assign a specific group to the student so that they can uh, take the group quiz. So let's go now to add materials. So add materials, which allows the users to upload file or materials, and can also view the materials that has been posted by the user. And last feature, which is add student. In this feature or page, the user can add student on the course or class. So that's all for the demo for the Magtuon collaborative online application for student. So thank you.
Ayun, thank you for our presenters. They are now ready to accept questions. Do you have questions from the group? By the way, if you have questions for your classmates, you can ask as well. I would like to just commend the group for incorporating the different learning principles in the creation of their application. So also for our students, first year and second year students, that's one of the many things as well that we would want to consider in developing your application. It's not just the technology. It's not just about the technology that you will be using. You have to also incorporate something that is already established. So like learning principles. How would you apply this established na ng mga principles in creating applications? Principles or theories kana siya, especially kanang mga established na siya na na mga theories. So, do we have questions? Wow, wala question or gigutom na ning mga tao. Okay, so nabatay questions? Okay, so ako na lang mag-ask. Ako ang $1 million question. What were the challenges encountered by the team?
The challenges that we encounter is like ang teacher na gi-interview mo na ma'am is busy po, like naa siya online class pagkadlawon, so dili na mo siya ma-istorbo. Like dili na mo siya ma-approach o dali-dali ma'am. So that's one of our challenges in doing our research study.
Okay. Sige. Napabatay question lain? Okay, so hearing none, I would like to thank the presenters of Magtuon application for that awesome presentation. Okay, so now we are ready to proceed to our next paper. Our next paper is entitled Madasigon. It's a Binisaya chatbot for customer service device troubleshooting to be presented by our student researchers Graham Alpas, Ray Patlunag, and Daniel Pio. Everyone, please help me welcome our next group.
Okay,
So, hello,
ma'am.
madungog ba ko?
Yes, madungog and makita ang inyong presentation.
Okay, full screen din. Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. We are here to present our study called Madasigon, a Binisaya chatbot for customer service troubleshooting. So, next, please. May we introduce ourselves to you? I am Danelle Veronica Pio.
I am Graham Alpas.
I am Patrick Patlonag.
Okay, next slide, please. So for the introduction, in today's technology, a chatbot is widely popular and serves as an application for computer communication. It is significant in society because it provides knowledge, entertainment, and assistance to people in meeting their everyday needs. So there are a lot of people who speak Cebuano Bisaya prefers to maintain their mother tongue as the language should be used in speaking. Since businesses are constantly expanding into new geographies, the customer services are on the rise and often experience language barriers with customers. So we came up with this idea to make a chatbot that would help the Binisaya customers to comfortably explain their issue or problem that they are experiencing on their smartphones. So through this local dialect chatbot called Madasigon, people will be able to communicate their inquiries regarding the devices. So next slide, please. So for the RRL, Collaborative Human-Machine Interaction in Mobile Phone Support Centers, a case study. Based on the research, when a call center agent that is designed to help cell phone and mobile provide customers, it has the twin goals of automating call center operations while maintaining a high level of customer satisfaction. It is intended to engage with users in mixed initiative dialogue to answer the questions, explain procedures, and help diagnostic troubleshooting. So a mixed initiative dialogue, by the way, is it allows greater flexibility in exchanging information. So each participant will take on occasion take the exchange sila conversation. So conversational partners not only respond to what others say but feel free to volunteer information. So like the chatbot, mag-exchange man jud mo information ana by users to the chatbot. So, as initially passes back and forth between the discourse participants, we say that control over the conversation gets transferred from one discourse participant to another. So, meaning from user to chatbot. So that's yung ana mag-work ang chatbot. So, next slide, please. So, user perception of text-based chatbot personality. Chatbots are designed to mimic a uniquely human activity, conversation. So this study explores the effect of chatbot personality on user experience and investigates how users perceive agent personality when conveyed through text. Designing a chatbot personality that maximizes user satisfaction and provides an engaging user experience and thus a better service. They developed two chatbots that interact with users in a multi-turn conversation and designed them to have distinct personalities. So by a person's personality has the power to sway the direction of a conversation. Meaning, so kung mag-add ta og personality sa chatbot, it can make the user comfortable to have a conversation with the chatbot, diba? So correspondingly, in commercial context such as customer service, a human representative's personality can be the key to ensuring a satisfying user experience. So since our chatbot serves as a customer service virtually, so chatbot man siya, so it is important na ma-feel sa among user na mura siyang actual technical support or customer service representative. So that's all. Next slide, please.
So the next one is data collection. So we conducted an online interview with a technical support for both PCs and smartphones that currently works in Davao City. So we asked several questions to the participant in order to gather the data we need for the development of our Madasigon chatbot. With the help of the reliable articles that are available online, it helps us further expand our knowledge about the most common problems that the customer encountered and the proper approach to accommodate them. Madasigon should resemble an actual technical support that can provide solutions to the issues encountered by the customers. So the next one is materials and tools. So we use Chat Fuel and integrated Madasigon on Facebook page and can be accessed through Facebook Messenger platform. We integrated Madasigon on Facebook Messenger because it is one of the most popular globally available messaging platforms. Messenger is also uh, available separately to Facebook in the form of a website and as a smartphone application. This makes it great accessible and a popular choice for chatbot developers as a development platform.
So for the data analysis part, so the participant was interviewed through the Facebook Messenger platform and was asked to answer the following questions. So first, what are mostly inquired first by the customers regarding fixing the phone's issue? How do you start a conversation to accommodate your customers' inquiries? So the participant answered, when starting a conversation with our customer, it is important to ask first how we can help the customer and what are the problems they encountered when using the phone. So second, what are the details they need so that the customer's issue will be resolved? He answered, first, identify what the client needs. Second, explain the process of what is the solution of the identified problem. Third is after informing the client, explain the next step or process, how much it will cost and how many hours and days it would take. So last question, what are the common problems often experienced by the customers? So we answered, the participant also said that the customer's issues encountered with the phone are commonly system hang, slow processing, and hardware problems. So next slide, please. To analyze the data we gathered from the interview, it is indicated that the customer's needs should be prioritized first before giving recommendations. So according to Hanif, customer satisfaction is important because it fosters a sense of belonging, emotional attachment, and brand loyalty among customers. However, add-on lang ko, Madasigon will only serve as a virtual technical support to provide solution for mobile phones. Um, in terms of kaning costing and repair, dili siya included because Madasigon is kana mag-provide lang siya solution. So when the client is dissatisfied with the help of the bot, actual repair for the device will be advised. So dira na magpasok ang costing and actual repair. Kung hindi satisfied yung client sa aming provided solution sa among Madasigon chatbot. So next slide please. So for the development part, so we have the designing the dialogue map. So there are three parts. First is asking for defects. So the chatbot asks for defects first. So Madasigon starts a conversation by asking the client what are the issues they encountered on their phones. So before deciding whether or not there is a defect that needs to be fixed, Madasigon will ask a series of questions to ensure that the client receives the best possible advice. So second is recommendation. In case the customer is unfamiliar with technical terminology, Madasigon offers details relevant to the problem to elaborate further. Madasigon will then provide recommendations and solutions to the clients depending on the issues they encountered on their phones. So lastly, fallback. If the client is dissatisfied with Madasigon's provided solution, Madasigon will suggest the client to the nearest service center to their location. So actual features. So it assists the users by identifying the defects and provides the best possible solution depending on the issues they encountered with their phones. Also, Madasigon is only limited in speaking Binisaya language. So next slide, please.
So the issues can Madasigon address. So as of now, we only have three issues that our chatbot Madasigon can help. So the first one is fast draining of battery. in Bisaya, paspas malobat ang cellphone. So this issue is one of the most common problems of a mobile phone user, which the battery life of their smartphones are draining fast. And our chatbot, Madasigon, helps and gives advice to the users on how to fix and resolve the issue encountered by the user. So the next issue is black screen or itom lang ang screen sa cellphone. This issue is also a common problem of a smartphone user. When they turn on their smartphones, they only see black on their screens. So our chatbot uh, helps and gives advice to the users on how to resolve and to fix the issues that is encountered by the user. So the last one is slow performance or lag kaayo ang cellphone. So this issue is also a common problem of a smartphone users um, can encounter because we cannot avoid that our storage will be full also downloaded unnecessary data. So results and discussion.
So in our demographics, there are 6 male and 5 female respondents who answered the survey, and the age range of those 11 respondents are 9 for 20 to 39 years old and 2 for 40 to 60 years old. Our respondents are mostly aged from 20 to 39 years old, and most are male respondents. Next slide, please.
So will you chat a chatbot first before assigned to a customer service agent? So a total of 72.8% of respondents agreed that they would talk or speak to a chatbot first before being assigned to a customer service, and one respondent was undecided and the other one disagreed. So, and the next one, how quickly does Madasigan respond to your chats? So, out of 11 respondents, 6 respondents answered very fast, 3 of them answered fast, and 2 of them is answered about right. It is very evident that Madasigon can cater to the user's messages quickly.
So how difficult is it to comprehend the Bisaya terms used by Madasigon? So there are 3 respondents who find the Bisaya terms extremely easy, 2 respondents or moderately easy, and 1 respondent find it difficult. Meanwhile, a total of 45.5% respondents find the Bisaya terms moderately easy, which means they understand the thought but they are not sure of the meaning of the Bisaya term. So meaning makakomprehend pa sila sa pinasulti ni Madasigon. So next is Madasigon's service easier for you? So more than a half of the respondents, meaning 63.6%, answered agree, and 4 of them answered strongly agree. Next slide, please.
So, did Madasigon provide helpful solutions to your phone problems? So, more than a half of the respondents, which is 72.7%, who answered yes, which means the Madasigon chatbot helped them or give them advice and solutions on their issues that they are experiencing on their mobile phones, while there are 3 respondents that answered somehow.
So for the conclusion, the aim of this paper is to develop a Benicia speaking chatbot that can help users with various phone issues. Our study is limited to phones only, so the majority of phone users are unfamiliar with technological concepts, particularly adults. These are the people who prefer speaking their own language in articulating their concerns, particularly when technical terminology is involved. Madasigan can provide flexibility to users by allowing them to express their issues in their own mother tongue language. Based on the survey that we conducted, it is helpful for individuals who are suffering from phone troubles. The respondents noticed that the dialect is too deep for them to understand, but they can still comprehend. We also discovered that the majority of our respondents are already familiar with how the chatbots are utilized. Furthermore, the majority of participants responded that the application is beneficial for those who struggle to communicate in Tagalog and English, despite the prototype's limited functionality and accessibility. So next slide, please. So we are able to determine 4 recommendations that may aid Madasigan's future development. So first, we have identified that the chat fuel's limitation. In the future, we would like to use an alternative chatbot engine that has a larger scope compared to the chat fuel. Second, to provide more accurate solutions to the users, we should widen Madasigan's understanding in detecting various issues that users have when using their smartphones. So third, it should have its own website or application that is accessible on both the web and smartphones, rather than relying exclusively on the Messenger platform. Lastly, we should create a human persona for our application to make communication more interactive because the user will feel as if they are speaking with a real person. So that's all. Thank you. And Patrick Patlonag will have the demonstration of our chatbot. Kita.
So this is our prototype, which is the Facebook page Madasigon. We made this prototype using Chat Fuel, but we considered using Google's Dialogflow as our platform to use, but due to technical difficulties and time constraints upon using it, we use Chat Fuel instead since it is also free and can be easily integrated to Facebook. And also, for our prototype, we only provided 3 common problems that the technical support provided us regarding to the smartphone issues. So let's start the chatbot. The first process is to press get started, and then the chatbot will reply, "Maayong adlaw kanimo," and the name of the user, and unsa man ang akong matabang kanimo sa imong cellphone. So these 3 here is the most common problems that, as I've said, the technical support provided us that he usually encountered. So which is the dali malobat, hinay ang cellphone and black screen. So for example, if we choose dali malobat, uh, it it has a keyword system that it doesn't have to match the dali malobat sentence, but only identify the lobat, the word. So let's say pas kaayo ma-lobat ang cellphone. So the chatbot can identify it even though it is not the correct phrase, but he can still identify it. So paspas pagyapon malobat bisan bag-o pang reset og charge ang imong cellphone. So let's say na oo. So the chatbot will provide reasons why the cell phone is having that certain issue. So daghan mga hinungdan nga no paspas malubat ang imong cellphone. So these are the reasons. Daghan og nagadagan na application, nagaskan ang imong cellphone og signal sa matag lugar na imong adtuan. Dili nimo gina-charge og tarong imong cellphone and naka-on permanently ang Wi-Fi. And all the users have to do is to select a reason that they think that it is one of the reasons of their troubles for their devices. Then, for example, repress this, oo, for number 1. Then, the chatbot will provide information on how to troubleshoot it and isarado ang mga nagadagan na application sa imong cellphone kay isa ni sa rason nganong gina-drain ang battery sa imong cellphone. So, then the chatbot will ask for clarification if the information given was effective. So, epektibo ba ang among gitambag na solusyon? For example, oo. Then, the chatbot will provide a thank you message for using it. Then, if dili, kay tungod dili na mo mahatag ang solusyon sa issue sa imong cellphone, mas maayo nga madto ka sa pinakaduol nga service center na duol sa inyong lugar. And also, for this is one of the limitations for a chatbot. And if you already used the chatbot once and you want to use it again, you can't actually use it without deleting the chat. So that is one of our limitations. And you have to send message again. So, for example, hinay ang cellphone. If dili, then palihog paghatag pa og mas klaro nga detalye sa nasinati nga issue bago kita mo palayon kay kini makatabang aron paayo ang among serbisyo kanimo. So it means that the chatbot wants to know more details about the user's problems. So for example, we type in a typo or something, then it will go to the fallback and will ask for forgiveness because the chatbot cannot understand the user's input. So that's all for our presentation. Thank you.
Ayun, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, both for the slideshow and demo. Now we are open for, or the group is now open to accept questions. Any questions from the group? The group fans. Questions? Okay, so I'll be asking question. You said that one of your recommendation is to use an alternative um, uh, chatbot engine. So what specific limitation of chat fuel ang you think needs improvement? That's why you opted to really try better engine in creating conversational flow.
Ma'am, to be honest, we tried another engine, ma'am, but we had like I said, we had technical difficulties using it. But as we have napansin na mo, ma'am, na mas paspas o advance ang AI na ginagamit sa Google Dialogflow o kanang mas dagan siya makater na users compare sa chat fuel. Kay sa chat fuel na magud ma'am kay 50 lang ka users ang iyang makater, which is more pa sa Dialogflow ug mas advanced pa jud iyang AI kay maski bali-balihon pa nimo ang words ma'am kay masabtan jud sa Dialogflow compared sa chat fuel na tested jud namo na ma'am. But naglisod mig integrate ani ma'am sa Messenger kay maayo na jud og Facebook token ang Dialogflow nya lisod na mo access ma'am. Kato lang ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was a very comprehensive answer to the question. Any questions from the group? Any questions? Wala?
None
Or
so far ata, ma'am.
nag-lunch? Nangaon?
None so far ata, ma'am.
Okay. Wala na, nangaon ang mga tao. Okay, sige. Okay, so hearing none. How do we live time strategy? Okay, so hearing none, thank you so much for the presentation of the group of Madasigon. Very nice presentation, no? And organized kayo siya na presentation. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
so
you,
we'll
ma'am.
proceed
Thank you,
to the next group. We will proceed to our next group. Our next group is okay, so the next presentation is about enhancing the usage of FATI communication with different ethnic tribes within Davao region. This paper is to be presented by our student researchers Kent Pandong, Laini Pesao, and Nelvin Roble. Please help me welcome our next presenters.
So, once again, good noon, everyone. Unta nag-take na mag-lunch. Okay. So, our study is about the enhancing the usage of fatty communication with different ethnic tribes within Davao region using an application. So for our introduction, we are certainly territorial as humans, and we prefer to label our spaces as a way of claiming our territories. We become responsive, insecure, and endangered when someone enters our territory. And languages are technically the same in people, like using different dialects and accents. The meanings, implications, and interpretations of words are different, which may lead to various kinds of conflict. For example, the word langgam has different meaning in Tagalog and Bisaya. Langgam in Tagalog translates to an ant, while in Bisaya it translates to a bird. The goal of this study is to help the hikers, tourists, and tour guides in communicating with the existing tribe of their destined location, such as the tribe's basic information and communication. So, Fati communication is a greeting or conversation starter. And for a review of related literature, so Fati communication has three functions which are social function to establish and maintain connection, a communication which demonstrates that the channel of communication is being open for a potential communication partner, one's recognition function that will indicate the person's potential as a communicative partner, and Fati communication practices are useful because it is recognized by various software engineers for the use of messaging where they indicate that communication is possible and of disposition of others to communicate. The application native land.ca is related to the proposed study of the researchers. It is an application that helps people around the world to learn more about their local history. It is designed to help people see what indigenous territories and languages might have and still do exist. Wikipedia is also one of the bases of the proposed study, wherein users can search up places they will be visiting by providing information about the place. The same with Google Map, it will automatically acquire the user's location and provide information about existing tourist spots, campsites, and hike trails.
So for the research methodology, for the data collection phase, the researchers interviewed 5 hikers that go hiking within the area of Davao and 2 tour guides that have experience in helping hikers navigate trails. For the data analysis phase, the gathered data will be used as a basis in implementing features for the app that can help to enhance fatigue communication of the hikers with different ethnic tribes in Davao. So for the development phase, the researchers used Adobe XD in creating the prototype and for the implementation of it. So the interview questions that we asked for the respondents were the following. Do you search up online the place you will be hiking before going to that place? What are your experiences during your hiking? Have you encountered ethnic people or tribes during your hike? And lastly, do you know how to interact with ethnic or native people when you encounter them, or what do you do when you meet them? For the major features of the application, it will automatically find locations to see if there are possible tribes in the area. Manual searching for destined location to see if there are possible tribes in the area. And it shows the information about tribes that near the location and their basic fatigue communications. For the testing phase, the researchers performed alpha testing and beta testing. For the alpha testing, it was conducted by the researchers to test the prototype and its features if there are bugs and issues. For the beta testing, it was done by the respondents that are hikers to know their opinions and feedback about the prototype, and we use Google Form and the working prototype link for the beta testing as well.
So for the results and discussions, for alpha testing, based on the result of the gathered data, all of the functions were 100% since the prototype was predefined and so the requirements that the researchers have set were met. And for the beta testing was done by sending forms to the target users of the applications. The respondents were randomly selected by the researchers as long as they have an experience with hiking. The testing form that is being sent to the target users is one of the processes that the researchers did to assess whether the application is effective for the hikers. The researchers have created three criteria to measure the effectiveness of application: the usability, design, and the content. So for the usability, from the statement, it was easy for me to find needed information. One, strongly disagree, 14 agree, and two, strongly agree. From the statement, navigating through the site is easy. Two answered strongly disagree, two answered disagree, 10 answered agree, and three answered strongly disagree. From the statement, all the links in the site work. Two strongly disagree, one disagree, 12 agreed, and two strongly agree. And from the statement, the site works on mobile devices. One strongly disagree, two disagree, 12 agree, and two strongly agree. For the design from the statement, the text on the site are readable. One strongly disagree, 13 agree, and three strongly agree. From the statement, the site style and design is consistent all throughout pages. One strongly disagree, 15 agree, one strongly agree. From the statement, the site style and design suit the target audience. One strongly disagree, 15 strongly agree, and one agree. Next is the content. Um, from the statement, the information written on every page is relevant. One strongly disagree, 14 agree, two agree. From the statement, the information written on every page is concise but useful. One strongly disagree, 15 agree, one agree. From the statement, the content is clear and serves its purpose. One strongly disagree, one disagree, 14 strongly agree, and one agree. From the statement, the content is correct and accurate. One strongly disagree, one disagree, 14 strongly agree, and one agree. From the statement, the content is free of spelling, typographical, and grammatical error. One strongly disagree, two disagree, 13 strongly agree, and one agree.
So for the conclusion, the alpha testing result of the application has met the general requirements and goals of the researchers where the application has provided basic information and communication of the existing tribe. The beta testing done by 17 respondents thinks that the application is effective since the majority of the respondents said that it is useful. The researchers also believe that there is still room for improvement of the application. For the succeeding study, the researchers highly recommend expanding the scope of the application into nationwide scale, since as of today, the application is only accessible locally, specifically in Davao region. It would also be better if the application will have some offline functionalities in the future. So for our application. Okay, so welcome to Tribo app. So if you're going to, let's say I'm a hiker, then I'm going to use the application. So I'm going to click the get started. Yes, Nicole. Okay, so as you can see here, okay. Okay, as you can see here, it will get your location. So for example, I'm going to search. Okay, sorry. Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's say I'm going to Compostela Valley. So as you can see here, it will, by clicking this one, it will provide the existing tribe around the area. And then let's say I want to learn about Mansaka tribe. So if we click more, so as you can see here, just basic information, and we also provide like places near the area of Mansaka. And then as for the basic communication, if you want to learn just the basic communication of the Mansaka tribe, like we have here morning greeting, daytime, and evening greeting. Let's say madyaw na masurum, madyaw na alaw, madyaw na pagdatom. So let's say moadto na pud ko sa lain lugar, Tagum City. So you can see here again provided ang mga existing tribe around Tagum City. Let's say Kalagan tribe. Again, we have provided basic information and then the places area near the area, and we are going to click the bubble chat button to know just the basic communication of Kalagan tribe. And again, we have provided general greeting, and also we have provided just small reply lang if you want to learn or to know how to respond to their language. And say again, if you're going to Agusan del Norte, we have the Manobo and all of the existing tribe around Agusan, and the same as the previous tribes, we also provided just basic information and places near the area as well. And also we have here just the basic communication of the Manobo tribe, like general daytime and where you're going and where did you come from. So that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. The group of Tribo. Okay, so the group is now ready to accept questions. Questions? Okay, we have a question from Sir Ian. Anyone from the group who would want to answer the question?
testers. Now, for these results is for the expected outcomes of the game depicts adventure. Next is conflict. For the alpha testers, 100%, and the beta tester is 75%. So this is under the user encounters NPC or non-playable characters or also considered as are obstacles of the game. So next is 75% and 100% for the beta testers and alpha testers 75%. So this is under the users are able to solve the obstacles despite the different difficulties. Next is for the category of aesthetics. So for the alpha testers is 83%, and for the beta testers are 100%. So this is under the game changes background depending on the stage. So next is 0% for the alpha testers and 0% also for the beta testers. So this is under the users are able to hear the audio cues from the stages of the game. So next is the category of strategy. So for the alpha testers, 100%, beta testers, 100%. So this is under the users are able to understand the given clue. And next is 100% for the alpha testers and also for the beta testers. So this is under the questions will force the user's knowledge of the certain culture for them to use it, for them to utilize it. So next category is strategy. So 100% for the alpha testers, also for the beta testers. So under the strategy is the story is relevant to the purpose of the research. Next is 100% for alpha testers, including the beta testers. So this is under the users are able to understand the storyline. The questions will force the user's knowledge of the certain culture. So next is the storyline feature. So for the alpha testers are 83%, and for the beta tester is 100%. So this is under the story is relevant to the purpose of the research. And next, 75% for alpha testers and 100% for the beta testers. So this is under the users are under the users are able to understand the storyline. Now finally, the last category of feature is milestone. 100% for alpha testers, including the beta testers. So this is under the game displays the completion of a certain challenge. So next is 0% for alpha testers, including the beta testers. So this is under the users are able to hear the sound of the completion of a milestone prompt. So the alpha a reminder, the alpha testers here are the researchers, and the beta tester here is the Calagan respondent. So for the alpha testers, the computed average for the pass on all features is 71%, while the computed average for fail is 28%. So for the comments of the alpha testers, this indicates a small difference between pass and fail due to features such as audio cues not being accessible, game genre simulation not accurately depicting the community, and confusion about the storyline's relevance, implying that the prototype almost reached the planned performance. So for the comment of the beta testers is that the beta tester gave 81% for pass and 19% for fail, a significant difference that indicates that the prototype is nearly functional. The audio feature, which was not present on the prototype, was the source of the majority of the failures. So next is the conclusion.
When researching endangered languages in Mindanao, Manobo and Calagan languages is one of them. We created an idea on what to do in order to help this endangered language by creating a game that will promote and preserve the languages. In this system, one of its features is that the users will answer all of the questions, which are the translations of Manobo and Calagan languages that have been asked, can only proceed if the questions are answered. There are some features that are not functional in this system, or to be exact, the audio cue. There are some negative and positive feedback that was also given by the respondent.
For the demo will be presented by our Kobe Sompia.
Makita bang screen?
Yes, makita.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So we'll be demonstrating the Kanato prototype. Press to start. So in this screen, you can choose your character, either Kalagan or Manobo. But we will start with Kalagan. So the user should pay attention to the starting dialogue because it gives context clues to the upcoming questions that the user will have to answer to proceed to the next level. I'll grab some Kagi kit. And the screen, the NPC will interrupt the users that they must answer a question so that they can proceed. In Kalagan, the word Kagikit is their unique food or weapon. Correct. So Kagikit is their unique food. I can proceed to the next level. This forest has a lot of fruits fallen from the trees, but they look tapping because of the soil. And then again, the interruption. So in Kalagan, the word tapping means, as you observe, we added another choice for the user to increase the odds. The first question has 2 choices, the second question has 3 choices, and the final question has 4. So in Kalagan, the word tapping means, wrong. Which, try again. The word tapping means dirty. So you learn fast, so you can proceed to the next page. It has the same color as Kindal. Proceed. In Kalagan, the word Kindal means, and try hair, incorrect. Nails, try again. Hands, wrong. So the word Kindal means skin. Correct. So after finishing the storyline, we added a fact about the language or the tribe that uses it for additional exposure. The first people of one are Kagan people. Kag, which means whisper. As you can see, the game will prompt the users that they achieve completion from the challenge. And we can try again to the Manobo storyline. The forest ambience and a perfect day to abat. In Manobo, the word abat means, let's try explore. Wrong. Abat means harvest. Congrats. Hope you could spare me some of your abat. This forest is so mystical. I must be careful with Salungag since it's dark. Answer this question before you toast to the next stage. In Manobo, the word Salungag means, no. Correct. So I can proceed. This Dasasakan is slowing me down. I must reach the end of this cave. Sagpit. This is the final question that you must answer. Okay. In Manobo, the word Lasasakan means, very wrong. Incorrect. The word Lasasakan means mud. And this seems to be the end of your journey. Did you know the Manobo may came from Mansuba, from man, person and people, in Suba, river, meaning river people. And that would be the end of the prototype demonstration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that nice presentation. And I agree with John, no, na nice kayo yung slides. Really appreciate the effort of doing such a beautiful slides. Okay, sige. So the group of Kanato is now open to accept questions. Any questions from the group? Questions? Have a question? Okay, so Okay, sige. How would you like like say for example, ano na, you were able to develop an application and you have it tested with some respondents. How would you be able to test na they have learned the language, both the Manobo and the Kalagan languages?
So as you can see from the demo, ma'am, so if the respondent really didn't know the word about it, so the insight would be they will have a failed frame for that, a failed result, and then and upon exploring all the choices, we will end up with the correct answer. So for us, it will give them the insight. So this is the word for that meaning. So, so this answer, ma'am.
Yeah. Siguro ano lang, kay based sa pagka-demo manggod sa based sa pagka-demo sa prototype. So let's say for example katong mo-mention si player mo-mention si i-mention nga phrase tapos Kalagan word na salungag ay Manobo ba to or Kalagan siya na word. And then pagkahuman after man good pagka-mention ato is question na siya. So like what salungag means. So walay intervention from the word appearing and then a lecture after that, what's the word all about, and then question. So wala yung nahitabo. So mo nang medyo na-confuse ko asa dapit dito ang learning na part. Is it on the use of the word together with the other words like is it implied already kana dapat gina-expect sa player or ang expectation sa game sa player is that maka-imply na siya kung unsa ang meaning sa isa ka word based sa katong mga kauban niya na words. So for example katong kailangan nimo katong in English kailangan nimo mag-amping something kay basin na sa lungag or ana. And then next kay na question dayon and then you choose among the options kung asa kaya diri ang would best fit the definition or translation of that word given the context of the scenario. So kato lang siya siguro ang medyo kulang lang dito is asa mabutang ang teaching process sa player para makabalo siya kung unsa ang meaning sa isa ka word. Or translation sa isa ka word. Kato and so to test the learning of the student, tama to siya ang muhang respond which is pwede siya through the number of correct or nakuha niya na correct answer over mali niya na answer. Kaya lang how would you know that it is because of your application? So you should consider this one that you need to test and evaluate the learnings of the player based on using the application. How did the application help the player learn that certain language through your app? So kato lang siya, kato siya na module or feature ang medyo kulang sa tanaw nako. And kato, so there are still which is room for improvement siya. And again, I would like to commend the wonderful slides no na gipakita and very organized siya, napa siya label sa baba. So very good. So there's a question, pwede pa ba ma-modify ang words na gigamit sa game? Anyone from the group?
Currently, ma'am, dili siya maka-modify pa karon, but ma-consider na ko siya, ma'am, na karang future works gani.
Ayan. Unsa day ang maybe we would want to know unsa ang idea ni Sir Ian? I think ang unsay pasabot ni Sir Ian is that dapat dili siya static, like defined na siya na katong mga salungag, katong ingani lang na mga words ang available for translation sa inyong game or sa inyong application. There is a way for an admin siguro or a linguist siguro or someone na could add more words na pwede siya magamit sa application. Kanaingana siya. So, dili siya static, but it's a dynamic game-based application. Okay, so, I love the concept man good and the way ninyo siya gi-present. Ang environment, medyo okay po siya tan-awon. So, maybe instead of making it static na defined na tanan mga words na naa sa naa sa game, siya, dynamic siya dapat. And kung kana siya, para dili siya dili po siya boring no na pag human ako na level na di na ako siya dili pag human ako tanan quest di na ako siya magamit. Okay, so but if we wanted or na siya mechanism na ma-update siya kunyari naga-revolve siya and dynamic siya. Basically, the word is dynamic. Dynamic game-based siya instead na static lang. Okay, sige. Yes. So, medyo challenging magud na siya kay you need to use it in the context of the game, di ba? So, kailangan siya magamit sa kung asa na siya na scenario, kana siya. So, challenging siya na unsaon how do you make a game na dynamic siya considering the scenario, the environment, the people involved in the scenario, in that certain scenario, unsa na mga words ang dapat gamiton kara. Okay, so kana siya ang kanang nindot kayo buhatan og game app tapos buhatan og research paper. You want it to be dynamic instead na statically defined ang mga words. Okay, so napabatay questions for the Kanato group. Okay, so if wala na, thank you so much, Kanato. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Now we will proceed to the next group. Our next group is will present their work about the Garcia-Maxim violations of the chatbot Petik to be presented by our student researchers Andrew Manteza and Merhamdin Umbukan. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Good afternoon. Check muna. Kami madungog sa kuha.
Yes.
Audio. Kita niyong unsang screen? Or...
Yes.
Okay. So, shall proceed. So, good afternoon. I am Andrew Manteza, along with my classmate Ramdin Ambukan. We were working on this paper, The Violation of Garcian Maxims by the Chatbot Petik. So, introduction. Healthcare systems in the Philippines are not adequately equipped compared to other developed nations with aging infrastructures and inefficient workflows. And Petik, if you guys recall Joseph Cedeño's and Nicole Nakar's presentation earlier, we developed Petik together. So we are using the same app. It's just we are tackling different sections, I would say. For the Garcian Maxims, we are looking at violations. So that's what's different about ours right now, is that how do you violate the Garcian Maxims? So Petik aims to introduce a way for locals to be able to readily access a healthcare tool concerning their cardiovascular health remotely without the need for physical presence. This research aims to find out how interactions with Petik cause violations of Garcian Maxims. So what is it? What is Petik? It is a web app that houses the chatbot Nurse Joy, which we base the responses out of, and is what the user primarily interacts with in the web app. It calculates the probability of a user's cardiovascular risk in Visayan. So what is a Garcian Maxim? The Garcian Maxims are a way to explain the link between utterances and what is understood from them. So there are different Gracian maxims. The maxim of quality. So it basically says if the statement is truthful or not, if there is some truth to it, and if it can be backed. And the next one is the maxim of quantity, which is the amount of information, how concise and how efficient you are with your words. And there's the maxim of relation, or the relevance. Is the statement relevant to what is being asked or to the topic? And then there's the maxim of manner, which is either are they very clear about their statement, or are they being vague? Are they giving enough information, or are they not giving enough information? What was that? Okay. Oh boy, that is finished. Okay, review of related literature, language. So we looked at different studies. So we looked at two types of studies, one for language and one for the chatbot. A study conducted by Baptiste Jacquet et al. Shows that violations of the maxim of quality had a substantial effect on the humanness of the conversational partner, basically on how you would see it as a person. And this actually comes on later in the conclusion. So just keep in mind on the humanity of the chatbot. This affects Pitik where violations are actually desirable in order to make the chatbot more approachable. So when we talk, especially in everyday conversations, there is a chance in everyday life that you violate conversational maxims. So this actually affects the humanness of it. And chatbot relating to healthcare. A study conducted by Benjamin Thomas Sheehan et al. Shows that chatbots are able to remedy consumer disposition of viewing self-service technologies as impersonal and cold, thus giving a better customer experience. So what this is about is that if you were to look at, how would I say this? If you were to look at like just computer-generated or computer-related menus, you would see it as impersonal because you don't get to talk to anyone. It's just a menu, and you click buttons, and it is very, very straightforward. But if you have a chatbot, it actually remedies this in a sense is that it feels like you're talking to someone. Again, this goes with the humanness of the chatbot. So how did we do this? So the study is only limited to the web Pitik and will only be using the Bisaya language. So we took 11 subjects from the target population being people from far-flung areas or people who otherwise do not have access to immediate expert consultation for otherwise whatever purpose that they have, and for people who have difficulties in communicating in English. That's why Pitik is only in Bisaya. So we recorded the responses and we tallied and analyzed whatever was given because we could see the responses that were given. So here, this is the dialogue flow. And this was already shown earlier. And what we did in order to, sectionize or separate everything just to make sure it's easier to analyze was that each stage or each part of the dialogue flow, we broke it up to 7 different parts. So greetings, get users' demographic data, gather user symptoms, and so on and so forth. And in each of these, we wanted to see if where specifically we saw where the violations were mostly concentrated or where there was a large amount of violations present. So in the results and discussions. So this is only part of the results. I'm not going to show everything. Just for the sake of brevity, I don't have as much time. This is an example of the violation of the maxim of relation. So if you look at here, on the first picture, begin symptom question. They were asked, they were asked if they have any symptoms. And they answered this. They actually gave the symptoms instead of yes or no. So that violates relation, but it's not entirely the user's fault. We also saw this as a fault of Pitik because it didn't say anything like, do you have any symptoms? Yes or no. It just says, do you have any symptoms? So if you were to, so like from a user standpoint, if you were to hear that, or if you were to read that, you would think, I'm just going to list my symptoms here. And that caused a violation in the maxim of relation. It's not the only one, but it's one of the examples that I can pull up. And also, another one. Do you have surgical history? And he said, nabuntakan og haligihon na akong ulo. He didn't actually say anything in regards to surgery. He just said he got hit on the head. So that's also like a part of the violation of the maxim of relation. Maxim of quantity. If you guys remember what maxim of quantity is, it's the conciseness of the answers or the conciseness of the statement. And so over here, one guy is overly concise, talagsa, and the other one is, usahay. And the one that violates this actually is, talagsa ra sir kung naay okasyon. You could just say occasionally, but we found out that this is a violation of, this is their way of violating the maxim of quantity. And the violated maxim of manner over here is how clear and concise they are. One guy just said luya, and one guy just said labad ang ulo. We could ask for more elaborations, but because it's very open-ended. This is actually easier to violate because of the open-endedness of the question. And so here's the table that we used for tallying. And if you take a look on the third stage, the violation of relation was violated the most, because there are different factors to why it was violated the most. And if you're to look at manner and quantity, they were violated equally. But if you're to notice one thing very interesting is that quality was not violated. There's a reason for this. It's because quality is about truthfulness. And if you're talking to a chatbot, how would you know if what the user is saying is true or what the user is saying is false? All you care about is the input. They could lie all they want, but we can't catch it because we won't know. So moving on from this, that's how we analyzed it. The maxim of relation was violated the most due to two reasons. Chatbot not having clear instructions sometimes. This is mostly the fault of the chatbot itself too. Also the lack of training phases. And if the user is asked a yes or no follow-up question, the user responded with something that violated the maxim of relation, therefore registering an error to Pitik. And certain inputs like talagsa or 20 years from now caused problems in recognition. Again, this is the lack of training phases. Maxim of manner and quantity was violated the second most due to the nature of the answers, as I said earlier, along with quality. We also found out that since the maxim of relation was violated the most, chatbot not having enough clear instructions, it's very difficult to address this because you can't predict every single answer that a person will say, and they could put anything unpredictable, and they could violate it in any number of ways. And this is also because of the lack of training phases, because we had a lot of time debugging, so some training phases didn't go through, and sometimes it just flat out doesn't work. Conclusion. Conversations with chatbots are difficult to structure, and end users think of the chatbot as an actual person and thus interact with it expecting the same conversational flows with people, and in return causes, this is an error on my part, it should say several violations of Garcian maxims, because they're interacting with a chatbot, they expect it to talk to you like a person, which is difficult given the time and the scope and the limited experience we had with the chatbot. But this actually gives us an insight on what they're expecting and how they violate the certain Gracian maxims when they're talking to a chatbot. And so after this, we are going to demo. My classmate Merhamdin Umbukan will demo the thing right now. Thank you.
So good afternoon everyone. I am here to present PITIC and its contributing maxim violation. So nakita naman sa before, ako lang i-walk through karon is katong mga maxim violations. So first, hello.
Yes, madunggan na.
So at this part, the third stage, which is to gather user symptoms, the PITIC chatbot expects a confirmation that but it is responded with answers that are elaborate, the chatbot not being able to take the complexity. For example, if naaba kay sintomas na nahinati, ang expected mo sa PITIC chatbot is yes or no. Tapos, ang mga users nag-elaborate sila like sakit akong dughan, gi-input dahil nila ilahang mga sakit. So, mao na ang problem sa chatbot, dili siya ka-accept ng mga complexities kay mga confirmation pa yung ginapangayo. So, ang pagkuan ani, maupod to siya ang error sa maxim of relation. So, kita kong dughan. Hapon. So, confirmation din siya. Sakit siya. Wala. So another, the second most violated maxim is the maxim of relation and quantity, maxim of manner and quantity. So nagainom ba kag alcohol, ang gina-respond sa mga users is talagsa, which is yes or no gyapon ang nature, pero since vague kayo ang question, ang murag na confused po ang mga users lagi pang hatag na sa ilahang dapat answer yon, murag fault po sa sa PITIC na chatbot. So for now mao lang po ang demo.
Okay, so thank you so much for that presentation. Maybe we ask the group and the group of PITIC now are ready to answer your questions. Sige, nabatay questions. Anyone who has questions? Okay, since none, I'd like to ask question. Besides the challenges in creating the conversational flow of PITIC, what other challenges had the group of PITIC encountered while doing this research work?
Challenges was one of the challenges, Mom, was getting quality data, because sometimes the the participants would screw around. Like they would put random inputs and it would mean nothing, and it would, it would hinder our analysis. It would just be like dead noise on the data. So one of the challenges was definitely getting quality.
Yes. Okay.
Quality sama.
Okay, so basically on the data gathering part, no? Okay, so ayun. So something that you may would want to focus on the next stage or phase of your study, no? To really gather enough data to capture a lot of training phrases that you might would want to feed into pitik. Yeah, just so, ano siya, medyo malikayan na tong mga dili siya makasabot. Moadto siya sa fallback. Okay, so any other questions pa? Okay, so if none, hearing none, thank you so much, Merhamdin and Andrew, for that wonderful presentation. We will now proceed to our next group. Next group is the group who will be presenting the paper about effective advertisement of indigenous products online, to be presented by our student researchers, John Delgado, Jeffrey Evangelista, and Ronel Villamil. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Hello. Madungog, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Delgado, and my group mates are Jeff Evangelista and Ronel Villamil. We will be presenting today our paper titled The Effect of Advertising Indigenous Products Online. So, in the introduction, indigenous peoples have always made good products without being noticed that well. When it comes to competitive business, ibalik sa Jeff. There's no doubt that they will lose due to the lack of advertisement of their product. In today's era, most of them have a hard time selling their products due to the lack of showcasing their products and lack of attention given by the people. The use of strategies such as online marketing that uses websites that can create compelling content like eye-catching stories and post them on the web in the form of videos, photos, or text that involves the features of their products. This study focuses on assisting the indigenous or native people to ensure that the items and products will get some attention from the community in the physical marketplaces and online. Related review literature. Some indigenous groups admit that these products are slowly fading away because of their dwindling economic value. They are genuinely ailing in the advertising territory, consequently deterring the new age of ancestral people from taking these artworks from their old folks. The municipality of Lake Cebu, South Cotabato, is identified by the Department of Tourism as the most attractive tourist destination in Region 12, but their traditional arts and crafts are slowly becoming a vanishing trade. Methodology. In the data collection, qualitative method was used to assist the farmers in advocating their products to urban communities. In the data collection process, we conducted the interview at Barangay Balutakay, Bansalan, Davao del Sur. Materials and methods: in-depth interviews together with the farmers through in-person interviews. Guide questions were given to the participants before the actual interview. The interview was recorded and then transcribed to use as our content in our prototype. In developing the prototype, we use Adobe XD. The result and discussion. These sections contains the result of the test that we conducted, intended if our prototype served its purpose and meet the objectives. Below is the result of the both alpha and beta tests. In evaluating the prototype, we use P if the function passes and F if it fails.
These are the list of features included in our prototype. Sign up and log in. Most of the features were passed with 0 fail. All of its features from sign up and log in are passed. Tourist spot. Also, all of its features are passed with zero fails, and it displays all of the available products of that particular place. In my account, most of the features were passed except it has 4 fails. The feature here contains 4 fails, and it came from the beta test with the reason of it can't manually add or edit the credentials of the user, as well as it can't receive message and notification. In the cart section, most of the features were passed with zero fail. It can view the items that were added and manually change the quantities of their orders. Also, it allows them to check out the item that they wanted to buy. In my shop, most of the features were passed except it has 3 fails. By the reason is that it came from our beta test that it can't manually add or edit the credential of the shop name, as well as it can't receive message and notification. In order, uh, it has zero fails and it passes all the features. The seller can view the order details of their customer. In product, it has zero fail and it passes all the features, and let the seller can add, view, and edit their products. So the reason why we have fails in our result and discussion is that our user expected our proposed solution was a full-blown system, but it is actually a prototype that has limitation. Next, Jeff. So in conclusion, indigenous people lived for many years, settling in the mountains. Due to the emergence of technology, they can no longer keep up because they're accustomed to handmade products. We created a prototype with core functionalities to promote indigenous product by indirectly buying their products because it is their way of living. With the assistance of social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we can use them to advertise our prototype that contains details of the indigenous product to encourage other people to visit their place. That would lead to tourist spot attraction. And lastly, the researchers would like to recommend widening the scope of the study and not just in the Balutakay, but also included tourist spots from other cities or region. Also it also enhancing the features.
So we will be now demoing our prototype. So the name of our prototype is Support Local. Here is the landing page. The user will be able to see the tourist spots that are currently added. So in our example, we only have Mount Apo Berries Farm, which is located at Bansalan, Davao del Sur. The user can also sign up or log in to the site. So for the demo, we'll be logging in first. So back at the landing page, if the user first the learn more, it will take the user to the details page of the tourist spot. Inside the details page, the user will be able to see the details such as the featured photos and other details of the tourist spot. They can also will be able to see the activities that they can do when they go to the tourist spot. Scrolling down, so this is the activities that they can do here at Mount Apo Bears Farm. They can berry picking, they will be able to camping, stargazing or sightseeing, and they can also fish because there is a pond on that area. Scroll down and other details will be provided, and such as the products that the tourists can buy in the area. So here the user will be able to see the products that they can buy in the area. Also here, the features, the products that the sellers added will be displayed.
if the user presses a product, so our example will be the BlackBerry. Um, the user will be able to see the details such as the price, description, availability, and other featured photos of the product. If the user will press the add to cart, there will be an alert that will pop up that the product was successfully added to the cart of the user. Now, if we go to the cart, it's located at the top right, go to the cart, the user will be able to edit the quantity that the user wants to buy before checking it out. Next, if we go to the user's account, here the user can edit the details of his or her account and password. The user can also add bank accounts and addresses and see the user's purchases. We also integrated a shop for the user if they want to sell. The first thing that the seller will be able to see in the Home tab or the dashboard. Here displayed the overview of the shop. If you go to the shop profile, the seller can configure the details of the shop. Here at the shop location, the seller can select in which tourist spot his or her products will be displayed. For example, he wants to sell in Mount Berry's farm, then the seller can select the location from this drop down, but it's not functional at the moment. Next is the orders. Here the seller can see the status of all orders. The seller can see the details, can also reject or accept the order, and lastly, the seller can chat the buyer about the product or any concerns about the product. Last is the products. Here, all of the products that the sellers have added will be displayed. The seller can also view the details of the product. So this is the example, this is the mulberry, and the seller can also edit the product if he wants to. Now back. And seller can also add a new product. And that's where the demonstration ends.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Very nice presentation, no? Ayun, especially the data gathering part sa kanila na research group. It's very, sana siya, kanang nag-atugid sila mga farmers, no? So, yes, and then, okay, so thank you for that presentation. The group now is ready to accept questions. Any questions from the group? From our questions? Okay, so if wala, I'll ask question. How do you plan to address this limitation? Like we would expect that farmers don't have majority of farmers don't have smartphones. So how would you implement the same feel or the same the same solution that your application can offer to these farmers na kanang walay mga smartphones?
Sa solution sa ako, ma'am, is mostly if mag-approach sila sa tourist spots which naga-sell og mga products, then they will tell the manager of the tourist spots na magbenta sila doon, ma'am, na i-appeal lang products doon sa app.
Ayun. I'm specifically asking about that mechanism wherein they can the farmers will be notified about orders, and then kato siya na feature.
Sa karon man sa out of scope pa siya sa amo ma'am kay usually man good if we talk about smartphones especially dito sa bukid ma'am, ang gamit la jud nila nga phone ma'am majority is yung keypad, then usually ang mga anak nila ang na smartphones kay kabalo la karon nga era ma'am ang gina-focus nila ang anak man jud makakuan sila. So when it comes to the notification of the messages ma'am, kanang same siya sa like sa Shopee, like yung pag-deliver niya ma'am is after ma-deliver is mag-notify yung nag-deliver ma'am na mag-send nga na accept na yung order sa buyer, then mag-text sila doon sa keypad phone ng seller.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for the response. Napabay laing questions? Okay, so kung wala na, thank you so much. Support local. So hopefully, no, this will be materialized na project. Okay, so if wala na question, we'll proceed to our next group. Yay, we're almost there. Okay, so our next group's topic is about smart healthcare support for remote patient monitoring with for heart disease patients. The presenters, our student presenters are Earl Cortez, Jaco Miras, and Joseph Tugunon. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Hello. Mic check, ma'am.
Yes, pero murag putol-putol ata. Sige, go lang.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. I am the assigned presenter for the research named Smart Healthcare Support for Remote Patient Monitoring for Heart Disease Patients. So let's begin. Introduction. This study is for heart disease patients. As we all know, cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of death in the Philippines. We come up with this study by brainstorming the ideas about telehealth or telemedicine. The overall purpose of this study is to develop a system that allows the cardiovascular patients to reduce their efforts by staying at home while being medicated and monitored, especially in this pandemic crisis. The RRL. In the related literature, we've determined the different monitoring systems for the cardiovascular disease patients conducted by the international authors using various approaches such as web-based integration platform, software applications, and etc. These are the authors and their contributions in our study. First, named the mobile evolution using smartphone apps to prevent cardiovascular disease. Their contribution in our study is to prevent CVD, the leading cause of morbidity and mortality globally. Their mobile technology might enable increased effective prevention of the CVDs. Lastly, the integrating remote monitoring into heart failure patients' care regimen, a pilot study. This is defined as the application of a mobile technology, e.g., software apps on mobile devices, wireless sensors, and etc. And their contribution in our study is to remotely monitor the patient by wearing their devices upon the recommendation. The methodology. In the data collection based on the related literature review. We've determined and identified a different monitoring system for the cardiovascular disease patient that is conducted by the international author using various approaches such as web-based integration platform, wearable devices, software, and etc., and provide an opportunity to overcome traditional barriers to cardiac rehabilitation access. In, next. In the data analysis, the research aims to create patient monitoring system, especially in the premises of Davao City. In this study, descriptive design is being used. The system design will be helpful in terms of home monitoring the patient and checking their parameters. The results and discussion. We conducted an online survey via Google Forms so that we cannot interact with them physically, especially in this pandemic. The testers are providing their rate to their experience while exploring the design prototype, its contents, and usability. The user experience questionnaire consists of 6 scales: the attractiveness, perspicuity, efficiency, dependability, stimulation, and novelty. We determine each scale's mean and variance and then evaluate the system to extract the important information from the respondents' responses. The respondents find it supportive and secure. As we see, the dependability has a mean of 1.4, which is the above average, so that the respondents also find it easy to learn and not complicated. The perspicuity has a mean of 1, which is the second highest mean, so that the respondents find it not motivating and not exciting to use the system. The stimulation has a mean of 0.8, which is the lowest mean, so that we find no excuses for the respondents' rating since the respondents were aged 45 to 80 years old and seem not more likely to use smart devices. Also, there are 2 types of UEQ scales, the pragmatic and hedonic quality. The pragmatic quality consists of perspicuity, efficiency, and dependability. The hedonic quality also consists of stimulation and originality. In the result, we can see the, that the pragmatic quality has the highest score than the attractiveness and the hedonic quality. This indicates that the prototype is useful to be used. The conclusion. The presented results provided us with information about specific features of remote patient monitoring for cardiovascular disease patients. By having larger respondents with a deep specific study and investigation by using more precise UEQ with those aspects, a wide expectation of a potential of the study development. The demo. Wait, ma'am, kita ba, ma'am?
Yes, makita.
Yes, sir.
see. We entitled this app CardioCare. In the first page, which is the login page, we don't have a login form so that the user cannot have more time to type their username and password. So login as guest. In this page consists of the specification being identified as cardiovascular failures which the user is experiencing. It's either of the three selections named stroke, congestive heart failure, and ischemic heart disease. Pag ang user kay nasa stroke, mo diretso sa iyahang mga procedures, first aid niya, tapos pag human ani, the user will fill up the parameters and be saved to the patient's or user's record. Every specification has identified parameters, including the user's heart rate. Some of the parameters can be identified by using the patient's medical kit to identify some parameter. After the listing user parameters in the listed parameters will be saved in the logs. The user will go back to the main menu so that the user can continue. In the hamburger icon, the user can see the logs. The user chose the logs in the log section. We are categorized by three specifications, either stroke, CHF, or IHD. The logs will show different logs depending on the specification, which are viewable for the user, and the saved logs include what state it saved. The user will go back to the main menu so that the user can continue. The user chose the profile and then makita na iyang mga profile. Tapos lastly sa hamburger icon naa siya yung mga graphs katong iyang gipang ano nga parameters maano sa bali mga graph siya, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the group of Cardio Care. Any questions for them? Any questions? Okay, so before we proceed with the question and answer, may I ask Mr. Miras if someone told me that today is your birthday? Is it your birthday today, Mr. Miras?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so everyone, let's greet Mr. Jaco Miras. Happy birthday. Okay.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, so ayun. Eldon Bayakag. Okay, sige.
Fake news, ma'am. Fake news, ma'am.
Okay. Pa-deliver na lang daw sa cake. Okay, so asa man may ato niya for the dinner? Okay, sige, joke lang bitaw. So, since birthday man mo, wala question for the team. Joke lang. So, any question? Nagtumba, nagbaka. Sige, nababay question? Okay, sige. For the group, what do you think is the most challenging aspect of doing this research work?
Good morning, ma'am. Afternoon, Day.
sa to answer your question, ma'am, ang na nang lisod guro mi sa part na nang makita mig respondents kay in this situation, ma'am, kay dili mi pwede maka-roam around especially sa mga hospital. So among search is online lang tanan, which is nang lisod mi
Okay.
pangita.
Okay. Sige. Which is something that every other group said no was able to experience on the respondents part. So this is something that siguro you would have to take into consideration when you do your capstone, that you really need to have enough time and a lot, if you do your work plan or mag-map na mo sa inyong work plan na dapat butangan din ninyong taas-taas na oras for the testing or data gathering, kay dili man ninyo hawak ang sitwasyon pag mga ingana na time or kanang ingana ng type of situations, kana magdepende siya sa other people ba, availability sa other people. So you need to reserve much time for it. Okay, so that's it for the group of cardio care. Kung wala na question, we will proceed now to our next group, which is they will be presenting an AR-based application for Cebuanong Binisaya Mother Tongue-based multilingual education learning, to be presented by our student presenters Rico Katakutan, Joseph Sulian, and Mr. Jess Visaya. Everyone, please help me welcome our next group.
So our research for today, good day, ma'am. So AR-based application for Sinugbuanong Binisaya Mother Tongue-based multilingual education learning. So introduction. So what is the problem we are trying to solve? So nowadays in the Philippines, some of the children's first language that is developed is mostly English, where some learners doesn't know how to speak their mother tongue. So our goal is to help the children develop their mother tongue and also help the educators to teach the learner about the mother tongue based multilingual education effectively, and to create a mobile application design that helps both the educator and the learner develop and learn about Sinugbuanong Binisaya. So we ought to make use of augmented reality where it has been used in different fields, particularly in education, wherein the most popular field, which is in the healthcare profession, utilize it by seeing through visual representation and practice through surgeries with virtual patients. So with the use of augmented reality, we tend to help the children to communicate with others by using their mother tongue language, seeing that the children who are more privileged develop their language faster than the others who are not. So next. So for the following researches, school heads were provided with learning packages that included some lessons and student worksheets, but these materials had to be reproduced at the cost of the teachers. Teachers also claimed that their teaching had suffered from these limited materials. The MTB MLE reform appears to challenge teachers' abilities to implement in the classroom. And according to Fillmore, like many of its Southeast Asian neighbors, the Philippines is characterized by individual and collective multilingualism, being home to over 180 individual languages. However, the Philippines is the first nation in the region to legislate and implement the MTB MLE nationally. So next. So for the methodology, for the data collection, a qualitative approach was used during a collection where we collected data from a parent who has a knowledge on Sinugbuanong Binisaya language and her child who has a current experience on the MTBMLE program. So we gathered the data through an in-depth interview.
So for the data analysis, the gathered information helped us develop our design, which we included a feature that will be a new material for MTBMLE learners. So according to our respondent, constant exposure and using it daily makes it easier for the learner to comprehend Sinugba ng Binisaya. So next. So these are the interview questions. Challenges encountered by the learner while learning the language. How often does the learner use the language? The type of material used in guiding the learner while teaching the language. And what are the effective ways to learn the language? So the results we gathered from the respondent is that there are challenges encountered by the learner, which is having no prior exposure to the language. In addition, the learner came from a private school and transferred to public school, which is a really difficult task to the learner to learn two languages at the same time. However, there are easier ways to learn the language, such as by constant exposure and frequent usage. So next. So for the development, we made use of the application Adobe XD, which is known as a vector-based user experience design tool for creating web and mobile apps. So we have four main features, which is the student login, where a feature that would allow the user to sign in the application, and the lecture, which allows the user to choose a lesson to learn. Next. And an AR, which a feature that can interact with real-world environments. And lastly, the audio interaction, where a feature that plays the sound of the alphabet used, including the pronunciation of the word of the AR image. Next. So this is the table we used, where P indicates pass and F indicates fail. So for the alpha test, there are total features of 13, and there are three alpha testers who test the application. So as we can see, the test results show that 69.23% of the features have met the expected functionality of the prototype, while 30.77 results to fail, which indicates that there are some not fully functional features that are in the prototype. So as we can see on the table of the past features, there are more than average count of the total features. So this indicates that the learner would be able to use the application frequently. However, as we can see on the AR feature and the audio interaction, that there are some failed features which affects the attainment of the objective of this study, where it would lessen the possibility for the learner to be at constant exposure. So next. For the beta tester, we only have one tester, which is Ma'am Aurora, which is here a while ago. So based on the respondent testing of the prototype, 61.54% of the features have met expected functionality output. However, 38.46% of the features are not fully functional. So based on the results, learner will be more engaged in the learning. Furthermore, the respondent informed us that there are features that needs improvement and to modify some functionalities. So the past features is more than all the failed features of the prototype.
For our conclusion, we created a child-friendly prototype. The code authentication and AR features are not functional due to the constraints of our prototyping tool. Despite the main features being absent, the respondent gave us a positive feedback on how it is designed. We, the researchers, were recommended to add materials that is related to the learner's activities. The researchers we would like to encourage the parent to communicate with their children using their native language for more exposures. And now we will demonstrate our prototype.
for a second. Makita ba, ma'am?
Yes, yes, we can see the demo. Ay, ano siya, prototype.
Okay, first, before we start the prototype, we will click the magsugod as signal to the prototype to start. Here, we here the code authentication is not available for now because the prototyping tool we use the prototype tool we use doesn't support this feature for now. So we will continue pressing this salute. And here is the home page. As you can see, there are alphabet, mga awit, and the burger menu, which you can click the lessons, home. If you now here is the alphabet where letra ay ngalan og tingog sa matag letra has been displayed. First, we will try M. This is the instruction to how to proceed for this preview. And for the actual, for the next is the small letter. And another actual. As you can see, you got 85 out of 100. But you can retry it by twice. Just like previous, just do it. And you can exit, but you can still retry because you have one retry left. So there are no retries, but if you click again, it will warn you because you have no retry. So we go back, and here is where the audio interaction will be presented. So first, there are mata, mani. So when you click mata, it will present the mata, and when you click this, it will. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful demonstration. Just I'd like to confirm, no, is there a relation between the letters and the background image that was used for the letter M?
And no,
wala?
Yung sa M po, ma'am?
Yes. Katong puzzle.
Wala, ma'am. Yung background ng relation.
Okay. So I thought there's a relation, like you use that image because it's letter M, like the objects used in the image would start from letter M, like the monitor, the mouse pad. Okay, so kato lang. Na question from the group. Thank you so much for that presentation. Na questions? Urot na energy sa mga tao. Okay, so kung actual pa ni siya, like it is not a virtual, siguro we've asked someone to Basig na gusto dira mag sana siya? Icebreaker. Asa na tong Milo ni Jeno? Okay, sige. Okay, so questions for the group of Historia. Wala? Okay, so any what's the most important aspect or thing that the group thinks na kailangan siya buhaton for this type of research kanino ang gina-propose na application. Unsa ang pinaka-importante na dapat jud siya mabuhat, ma-implement for the next phase ngano kailangan man jud nato ni siya.
For us, ma'am, to gather more data talaga, ma'am, from the actual students who's under MTBM Elite program po. Kasi the data we gathered is only from the one respondent, and we didn't encounter interviewing the child itself, and we needed more respondent po talaga.
Okay. So same is true with the other groups, no? So this is something that you really need to consider, especially if kanang next term mag-capstone na, you need to allot really more time sa data gathering. Okay, so kana siya, planado na siya dapat tanan kay para dili na to ma-encounter ning mga ing-aning ka type of limitations. No, so kana siya, and as early as possible when you present again in your work, nanamoy baseline. Okay, so nanamoy baseline, and na siya kay para dili mo maglisod nga kunyari ma-reject siya because importante ang oras, importante ang time. Okay, a topic that will be rejected kay lisod na kaayo na siya i-recover man gud siya, especially given that time. Wala ata ni sila MTBMLE teachers. Kuan ata ni ilaha. Mother, parent ni ilahang respondent.
Nag-try pod mi, sir, na mag-chat atong DepEd teacher sa Facebook na lesson og MTBMLE na sinigbuan ng Binisaya, pero wala mi nakakuha response, sir.
Ayun, kana pa. Consider ninyo ang availability sa time sa mga tao, ang availability sa mga tao. Okay, sige. So at least, nanamoy idea, no, kung unsa ang mga mahitabo sa inyo as you work further with this type of projects. So kailangan, na siya, planado na ninyo tanan ang inyong buhaton. Okay, sige. Ay, kay Basin, mas nahanay unta mga putang. Okay. Ayun. Yes, of course, consulting. Tama, no, si Sir Ian. Consulting with an expert would really help a lot in terms of making your application credible and better pa gid siya. Sige, so napabatay lang yung question. Thank you so much for that, Sir Ian. Napay question? Okay, so kung wala na, thank you, Historia AR, for that presentation. Now we will proceed to our next group. Next group will be presenting developing tap and swipe text entry method for visually impaired people based on Morse code pattern. This is to be presented by our student researchers, Jonah Surigao and again, Francis Revila. Okay, so everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Hello. Madunggan ko, hello.
Yes, madunggan.
Nag-work na, ma'am, ang PPT, ma'am.
Pero wala pa siya naka-slideshow, naka-present.
Yes.
Naka-thumbnail na pa siya, thumbnails.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jonas Rega with my partner, Agent Francis Ribala. For this afternoon, we're going to talk about and discuss our study developing tap and swipe text entry method for visually impaired people based on Morse code pattern. So, mobile touchscreen nowadays has been essential to our daily communication and interaction, to our daily communication, to perform tasks, reading tools, and also for text entry method. This touchscreen technology supports the reading tools and text entry method for normal vision and visually impaired people. On the other hand, the availability of touchscreen keyboards is still inaccessible to visually impaired and blind people because of the various user requirements and interaction to objects, and ineffective on devices with minimal visualization. The usual design of keyboard consists of physical buttons to function and combine text. The elimination of physical buttons on touchscreen devices appeared disadvantageous on blind users' interaction. So the problem, we seek the data according to the Department of Health 2017. There is 33% of bilaterally blind, and there's 25% of error of refraction, and 14% of glaucoma. So these numbers are significantly increasing on here comes. So we come up to the study of Morse code pattern text entry method. So this design is utilizing the dot and dash of Morse code, which has a sequence or combination equivalent to numbers and alphabets and symbols. So, and to integrate this with a mobile application. Because of these two ideas, we come up with an SMORES design prototype. Objectives. So the objective of the study is, first, to lessen or to lesser the interaction requirements. We're going to use the tap and swipe interaction, which is simple and can be accessible to blind person. So the second one is the thumb or one thumb manipulation. The third one is to evaluate the Morse code and the prototype to its accuracy and usability. So the scope and limitation of the study is for the alphabets of Morse code combination. This part is for the lowercase only, and to conduct a pilot evaluation and through a local environment. So the features of the prototype or the SMORES is just up and down and translate only. So the related works. Commonly of the publication and developed application, they use Braille system. This Braille system is commonly used by blind people to communicate and to read text. This kind of system uses two thumb and fingers to eventually read and supply a communication system or method. The second one is the Wi-Fi signals. These signals is conducted with partnership of what we call the vibrotactile or the vibration that is helping a blind person to see or to identify an object or a word. So the third one is the G board Morse code, which is used for educational purposes only. This is not intended for blind people. So this kind of setup, there is minimalistic, but the features of it is still inaccessible to blind person because of the minimal user interface. So the methodology. So we developed this study using Unity. The design used was a slider or a volume object. So this is the prototype design. Features. So using a slider, the slider is divided with two quadrants. The first is the up for dashes and down for the dots. And the middle value of the slider is used to conduct the next code of sequence. So if you're finished entering a sequence or of a Morse code. So then you can translate, you can click the translate button to convert to readable text. So data analysis. The study evaluated the SMORS design keyboard interface and text entry method for accuracy and usability. The main task was to input the words using a prototype design to test its accuracy in entering text entering. We used the quantitative approach for data gathering and determined by inputting the words with respective time lapse and usability questionnaire for the analysis. So the participant, there are 3 blinds individual. So first, we are trying to give the whole study overview so that they can know what to do. So there's a training session given to them so they can familiarize with the system prototype and also for the alphabets. So to avoid a biased result, we provide a different set of words for the actual test session. Participants were tasked to type as accurate as possible. So the set of words were tallied with time when finished and assessed for typing accuracy. The participant answered the usability questionnaire to usability of the SMORS design keyboard interface. So this is the result and discussion. So the researchers developed working prototype to conduct the usability and the accuracy using a word entering. So the visually impaired people used the prototype within a time duration. So the participant is expected to input 15 words and 56 total of characters without any space and symbols. So the system expects to render and supply the tester's inputted Morse code combination and converted to readable text appraised as good as text enter method. The results include quantitative measure of accuracy as well as affiliates the finding to the tester experience during the session. So this is the input accuracy test data. So the first column is the number of words. There is 15 words and number of characters used in a word. And the third, fourth, and fifth column are the actual data set. So during the test, we indicate the time or a mark minutes and word when it was successfully translated and mark X for errors and failure to copy or convert the text. So the result has the total number of translated word with 17 and there is text consists of 2 or 3 characters, most of them. Items similarly with the other testers and those characters has short Morse code patterns. So the values marks as X indicate as an errors where they are inputted different Morse code patterns or not being able to recognize by the system or prototype. So this is the table 2 usability questionnaire result. So using a Likert scale and under the variation of likelihood, so based on the table, it demonstrates a low average rate of Morse code design prototype with respect to the usefulness, ease of use, and learnability. The participants were not satisfied with some aspect of the usability of the prototype. Perceived ease of use, learnability aspect numbers 2 and 3 has the higher rate to the questionnaire. Overall, the result of the quantitative analysis seek for improvement in accuracy and usability through the prototype features and functions. So the conclusion. First, there are numerous items that is marked as errors and has lesser values of success. So the participants, on my observation, the participant didn't able to locate the middle value of the slider that caused trouble for the next symbol of the Morse code pattern and also affects the translation. Still, the system have able to convert correct characters according to Morse code. The third one is we could possibly limit and include to the study that we didn't seek for the proficiency or background of the participant or the demographic itself, and to consider the hand poses and random actions of the participant during the actual testing. So the fourth one is the lack of signals and indicators of the system prototype, like the value of the middle slider. Based on our observation, the study didn't meet the successful results caused by the lacking features of the prototype and communication barriers. So however, The sliding features of the prototype design keyboard as essentially convenient for visually impaired people or individuals. For the overall prototype needs improvement in order to increase the accuracy and usability functions. So for the future works and recommendations, for the future works, we would like to revise the program to most dynamic setting or a program. So we wanted to apply an indicator for the center value of the slider into a wider range. So we will also include to collect the participant demographic for more analysis and understand the background knowledge according to the Morse code. Then when granted for a longer time frame, we'll include delete and space features and also to run another test set to better understand the lacking and weakness. Lastly, to conduct a comparison analysis with another existing Morse code text entry application, and also to approach some organizations with the blind and visually impaired people so that we can seek for better guidance and support about this kind of disability or persons. So for the demo prototype, this is our application. So this is the Morse code. Morse code has three main functions, which is up, this is the dot dash, and down for the dot. So you have to input first the sequence or the value of the Morse code. After that, you're going to remove that thumb and click translate in order to convert the text. So as you can see, after encoding the O, we're going back to the center value of the slider, which will proceed to the next code of the Morse code for the next letter. So vice versa lang. When placing on the center value of the slider, you have to pause for 2 seconds, 3 seconds in order to locate the zero values in order to proceed to the next word or letter. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Surigao. So, any questions from the group? Okay, so if none, may I ask the researchers, presenters, what are the concrete next steps of the group for this study?
The concrete move is to look to better improve the features of this application and to try including the space and delete features and really try it for an organization with the blind people so that we can exactly observe physically and personally the people actions and movements so that we can further analyze what to include and what to eliminate.
Okay, very good. How about have you done research about the you know what they call this one? Um, like, are they? Do you think visually impaired people are comfortable using smartphones?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Based on my observation, there are blind people who are now engaged with mobile applications and also with the social media. So it means that they are engaging with mobile applications right now. So as of this pandemic, so the the total communication or medium that they are using is mobile application. So there is existing essentiality of creating this kind of application.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. So, any questions from the group? Okay, so if wala, thank you. Okay na, si Sir Ian, for those naanad sa traditional Morse code, how will you help them get accustomed to your solution?
For those. Um, to conduct if implemented, we will try to give them give us time to introduce that the old Morse code or the traditional Morse code is way more inaccessible right now because people are yung mga machines dati na ginagamit is not existing. So pwede rin sila ma-seek for a time para mag-try at mag-discover for that. That's all, sir.
Okay, so any more questions? Okay, so kung wala na, thank you so much, Jonas and Mr. Rebada, for that presentation. Now we will proceed to our next group. Our next group will be presenting their paper on the study about integrated application of augmented reality to picture books in Filipino mother tongue-based multilingual education. To be presented by our students, Miss Krisa Aguhar, Miss Kimberly Kabagti, and Mr. Maynard Magalian. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
So good afternoon to each and everyone. I'm Krisamay Aguhar together with my group mates Maynard Magalian and Kimberly Kabagti. So our study is an integrated application of augmented reality to picture books in Filipino mother tongue based multilingual education. So learners begin their education in the language they are most familiar with their mother tongue and must build a solid foundation in that language before effectively learning an additional languages. Therefore, having the mother tongue in school is essential as it provides students a sense of familiarity, easing their transition from home to school. So, as technology is rising, 90% of students have access to computers or mobile devices, whether at school, at work, or at home. As a result, classroom and teaching methods are gravitating in the direction of technology. And nowadays, modern educational environments have found new technologies as a way to improve learning paths. Immersive technologies like augmented reality can stimulate the senses of the students, involving them in learning activities. So this study will only focus on primary school, which the Enhanced Basic Education Act or Republic Act number 10533 requires the Department of Education to establish its curriculum using the MTB-MLE principles and structure. So our objectives to make user experience reality by utilizing interactive AR picture books and to help them better understand the language they are reading. So the goal of the study is to develop an application design for augmented reality in education which focus on Filipino mother tongue.
So, for a review of related literature, one of the policy level innovations we can see is introducing learners' mother tongue in schools, both as a subject and the medium of instruction. According to Benson 2002 and Dutcher 2003, various studies have identified that students' overall educational attainment can be enhanced if taught in their mother tongue in early grades. According to Mahadzer 2013, studied augmented reality pop-up books to motivate and support students. They developed a pop-up book via the ZooBurst tool and incorporated it with Keller's ARCS model of motivation. According to Billinger's 2001, AR technology increased students' performance by providing a more inspiring environment for students. Another approach involves AR pop-up books in which still or animated 3D images hover over the pages of the book, often accompanied by sound. According to Plouffer et al. 2004, given the exciting developments and the manifest functionality of AR as an improved user interface technology, researchers believe that AR has vast potential implications and numerous benefits for the augmentation of teaching and learning environments. For example, AR has the potential to engage, stimulate, and motivate students to explore class materials from a different language, help teach subjects where students could not possibly gain real-world first-hand experience, enhance collaboration between students and instructors, foster student creativity and imagination. For our methodology in this section, a brief overview of the research approach and methodology will be presented. This study is a marker-based type that requires a static image, also known as a trigger photo, scanned with a mobile device using an augmented reality app. Educational materials are books taken from the Department of Education in the Philippines, where we downloaded the MTB MLE materials for Filipino. We chose a specific topic for illustration purposes that is in line with our study mother tongue. The book contains images and descriptions of a story. It is a grade 1 level with a Filipino learning area with a story title of Ang Gunting ni Deborah, authored by Sarah Jane Yadao Longno, and we decided to create a static video on some pages. For our design prototype, the prototype design is simple with no login form and no credentials or security files included in the application. However, the app consists of the following: splash screen, a simple initial experience while the mobile application loads. Welcome page appears the first time you open the application. About the application, display the information of the application. For scanning, scans the QR code of the picture book to store the data. QR code is a two-dimensional version of the barcode, typically made up of black and white pixel patterns. For scanned picture book details, it displays the details of the picture book, such as book's name and book's cover page, and lastly, AR camera. For our features, this study will help students to be more efficient with this innovative way of learning. Students can use marker-based augmented reality to scan the entire page of the book with these features. First is to hover. When the smartphone hovers into the picture book and recognizes an object, it displays a video that explains the object. Second, scan QR code. It functions as a scanner to unlock the content of the picture book and download the data of the selected picture book. So the result and discussion will be discussed by Maynard Magallan.
So summary of alpha testing. So on our hover, so we give it 100% because it's functioning well on Unity 3D. While in a miss screen is we give 75% because still it is in our prototyping tool. and the application details is 50% because some of the application details cannot be putted because of the limitation of our prototyping tool. And scan QR code is 0% because we cannot implement this on Unity 3D. Now, summary of beta testing. So the blue one is the strongly disagree. The red one is neutral. The yellow is agree. The green is strongly agree. Now in usability, so there are three categories: usability, design, and content. Now in usability, the majority of result is strongly disagree. While in design, the majority is strongly agree, and in the content is the majority is strongly agree. So in conclusion, immersive technology will undoubtedly become a more integral part of our lives in near future. The user can experience reality while utilizing interactive AR books. Our AR application expand the physical world as a book that augment the book by adding sound and video to make learning more effective. We conclude that the application prototype is considered to help students to visualize and analyze what the picture or object is illustrating. According to the result gathered by the researcher, the respondents strongly agree that our application display a video when hovering over a picture book that contains relevant information. So given these advantages, it is believed that it is implemented in education will make learning more effective and entertaining. It will increase the effectiveness and speed of learning. Furthermore, researchers have discovered that having a strong mother tongue foundation lead to a better curriculum knowledge. Therefore, student must keep their first language when they start schooling. Reading picture book using augmented reality helps them visualize real-world scenario. Of create, read, update, delete operation to make it easy to add, edit, and delete the video content and image to complete the application dynamically. So for the demonstration, we will demonstrate two prototype. One is the Figma and the second one is the Unity 3D that we developed. So the first I will demonstrate is our Figma. So here you can see there's a splash screen. Now when you after the loading of the splash screen, the next page will be the main screen, which is maligayang pagdating sa Ari. Now if you click the galugurin button, you will be proceed to application details, which the video supposed to be there should be a video, but unfortunately our prototyping tool does not allow the video to be included on this prototype. Now after that, the video content will be more on how to use the application itself. Now if you click the magsimula, you will be prompted a scan QR code. Now, upper of that is the information icon. So here you can see the instruction and you can click anywhere to close the instruction, the manual. Now you can, if you hover your mobile phone to the QR code of the book, it will be verified. Now if the book is existing on the database, you will be proceed to the next page, which is confirmation. So here it will display the book title and the book content. So if you are satisfied that okay, this is the book that I want to read, okay, so you just need to click magsimula. Now if you click magsimula, there's a QR code above. Okay, so you can rescan another book to read other books. Okay, so here you can see a blank screen because that is the camera actually. But to further understand what I'm illustrating here, we will go to our next prototyping, which is we develop in Unity 3D. play. Okay, so as we can see here, this is the splash screen, which is Unity. And this is the camera that what I mentioned. Now, if you hover your camera onto your picture book, it will display a video of what the image is really saying about, or what is the image or object illustrating. So there should be audio on this. Upon popping up the video, there should be an audio, but okay.
Sa pananahi aparisa na isa padron ko sa anak sinusukat. Ang ilang mga sukat ay mas mahusay na kinuha habang humihinga. Ang bahagi na kasunutan ay pinapakasantay na bago putulin at pagkabit-kabitin. Kadalasang yari sa papel o mas
So as you can see in the video, it automatically detected by the Unity or the application. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Such a very nice application. So hopefully ma-materialize din siya. Okay, especially the audio part, that was really interesting siya. Yes. Okay, that would be very helpful kung maano niya siya materialize. Simple lang siya. Dili nga nakadagan ang features, but we know that the impact of that feature, if it will be materialized, kay dako kay siya impact. Okay, so any questions from the group? Questions? Okay, so ako na, okay, question. Since this is this would be best implemented in a mobile application, what would be the possible risk that we would want to be aware of when implementing this kind of applications?
I think the possible risk that we will encounter if we will implement this application is the management, and whoever will handle the application. I think that is the biggest risk, because we cannot allow anyone to add just a video of and it not approved by the DepEd.
Tama dyan na siya. Isa po na siya sa dapat na i-consider jud no kay materials like this one. So ibig sabihin there should be a mechanism for your ang safest way to do this one is you create your own and then have it checked by someone from DepEd, or you have or include a feature or a module or a way through the application that the director in the DepEd of learning materials, something like that, na office kay na sila way to approve newly added na mga videos, newly added na mga materials.
Yes, thank you.
Ayun. So, question daw from Sir Ian, ngano sa MTBMLE ninyo gi-apply, kani bang pinakalisod na subject among students?
Okay, so nganong sa MTBMLE 9 nyo gi-apply? So because as we can see in our school system, Filipino subject are not being well taken care of. Now, what we want is to teach children, okay, about other things using the mother tongue that they usually use in their home, in their community, and to promote our Filipino language. So, kani ba ang pinakalisod na subject among sa student? Not really, sir, but it helped the student like grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 to advancedly understand some things on the book that they read. no? So it may help them, lalo na yung nasa bukid. So based on my experience. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. So did Maynard answer your question, Sir Ian?
I think so.
Actually, that is a very good point. So when we try to answer questions, it should really be based on something like an evidence and avoid answering questions na based on personal siya na personal observations or personal na kuan. So to give some point or hints on how to answer that type of a question, you could have had cited katong mga statistics why mother tongue was implemented in the elementary or katong sa kinder to grade 3. So like because of mother tongue or mother tongue is proven to increase learning sa students. So to further pa jud implement the mother tongue na subject, mo na siyang nagbuhat og AR. So like it would be a supplemental tool. Supplemental siya. Ibig sabihin nakay base na gidagdagan pa jud ninyo siya og AR. So basically it's kanang mo boost siya. We would expect that the learning will boost.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Noted, ma'am. Thank you
Parents
for that
engagement to the
suggestion and tips.
Kanapod. So also you can consider difficulty of teachers and parents in making kanapod siya. So really when we answer questions, this is true to all groups. When we answer questions, avoid answering questions now on a personal observation. It should be based on what you have researched, what the data is telling you. Okay, so kato siya.
Thank you, ma'am. Noted.
Okay, so napapatay lang yung question. Thank you for that, Sir Ian. Very helpful point. Okay, so napabatay questions? Napay questions from the group? If none, we will proceed now to our next presenters. Let me call our next presenter who will be presenting their research work about the academic-based recommender system to be presented by our student researchers Patrick Barcelo, Eldon Bayakag, and Michael Lagang. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Good afternoon, everyone and teacher. We will be presenting our paper academic recommender system. I am Michael Joseph Lagang, together with Patrick Barcelo and Eldon Ray Bayakag. So let's go.
So what is academic recommender system? Recommender system are tools and techniques that suggest items that are most likely of interest to our particular user. Netflix, YouTube, Amazon, Facebook, and other big tech that also utilizes the recommender system to improve their users' experience. In large collaborative environments and social networks, students are overwhelmed by all the available information. Students tend to be confused when selecting the most appropriate sources of information, especially when the number of choices increases. Creating a recommender system dedicated to academic-related activities enhance learning by recommending learning materials of resources, course enrollment, and more for the learners in both formal and informal learning environments. This study is focused on developing a design prototype that recommends academic-related videos to students depending on their profile, academic strengths or weakness, and browsing habits. So next. So review of related literature. So first of all, these are the examples of RRL that are connected to our proposed research. So first, the paper of Sunita B. Aher and LMRJ Lobo proposed the architecture for course recommender system which predicts the course selection of the student. They collected the course choices of students using LMS or learning management system such as Moodle. The system recommends courses and sets out the presumed grades for the course. The student can take the course, but it will be based on his or her grade if it's acceptable or not. The paper presents a case study showcasing the use of probabilistic topic models for generating recommendation to users in a automated recommender system for course selection by Amer. The results shows that the proposed e-learning recommender system has the highest percentage of score gain from pre-test to post-test. The project will also be beneficial for selecting excellent course material for conducting staff development programs and workshops. It uses combination of various data mining tasks such as classification, clustering, or association rules, and finds the best algorithm which will give the best combination of subject based on student's choice. It finds the most similar student, then it applies the ARM or association rule mining to create courses association rules. The courses dataset is built by mapping each course, either compulsory or elective, to an item and each student to a transaction. So third, the research of Masamin and Tayaba Azim. Scholar Light harness the power of machine learning to extract research teams from faculty members' past publication. The recommender system are widely used to provide users with recommendation based on their preferences. Various applications have adopted recommendation system, including e-commerce, healthcare, transportation, agriculture, and media, advising students which course to choose after basic education is a complex task. With the help of the system, the learners can make good decisions to choose their course based upon their performances. So lastly, the research by Samuel A. Stein, Gary M. Weiss, and so on. The research they propose is to guide the student to choose the right course according to their interest as well as their personal and academic profile. This system goal is to assist the learners to their studies they write. There's a general lack of research on recommender systems for college majors, with the most relevant system focusing on course level recommendation. The article provides an overview of the current state of the art in recommendation system and their types, challenges, limitation, and business adoptions. It identifies direction in the field in various applications. Data mining can help students achieve academic goals in the specific stream which recommend to them using the recommender system. So these are all the RL that is related to our proposed research. So next,
Next will be methodology. First, in data collection, we collected data using Google Forms and distributed it to junior and senior high school students. They were asked to input their personal information like name and age, their current grade level, their favorite and least favorite subjects, and subjects they considered strengths and weakness. The collected data The collected data were used as reference datasets in mimicking the collaborative filtering process we made. In data analysis, we used the data that gathered from junior and senior high school students to be the basis in mimicking our recommender system that applies collaborative filtering. First, users who have the same grade level or age from the dataset will be given similar video recommendations based on what type of videos the same dataset is watching. Second, we recommend videos based on users' favorite subjects and subjects considered as their strength. Third, we also recommend videos to users based on their where we consider them as their weakness and who may improve their knowledge on those topics. Lastly, we recommend videos based on their watch history. To know how accurate and useful the recommendations are, we measure the rate of how most likely the students watch the recommended videos. In this figure, it shows how recommendations will work. First, users need to log in or authenticate if log if it has an account and register if does not. In registration, users required to input their personal information like name and age, After registration, they will be recommended videos based on their favorite and subjects considered as their strength. If they have already created an account, they will be recommended videos based on their history, especially after searching new topics. Next, in testing, we conduct taking the process of the system. We have three respondents from grade 12 and one from grade 10. We meet them through Google Meet, ask their details like name, grade level, and age, their strengths and weaknesses subjects, their favorite and least favorite subjects, and based on the data they have given, we act as our system to perform collaborative filtering. Next is the results and discussion. So from the data we gathered from performing a survey to junior and senior high school students, the most watched YouTube videos of the students are about vlogs, food, music, video, play, gaming, and entertainment. In grade 11, only entertainment. And in grade 9, music video, food, anime, vlogs, gaming, and entertainment are the most watched YouTube videos for grade 9. Based on the data collected, we can say that there is a relationship between favorite subject, least favorite subject, subjects considered strength, and subjects considered weakness of the students to what they are watching on YouTube. So as you can see in this table, there are only 9 out of 25 or 30% students who watch YouTube videos based on their favorite subjects. There are only 7 out of 25 or 28% students who watch YouTube videos based on their least favorite subject. There are only 9 out of 25 or 36% students who watch YouTube videos based on their considered strength subjects. And lastly, in the table, we found out that there are only 6 out of 25 or 24% students who watch YouTube videos based on their considered weakness subjects. In the test result, from the data of the students we interviewed, each of these respondents was asked if they would watch the 6 videos recommended to them. 2 respondents watched 5 out of 6 recommended videos. 1 respondent watched 4 out of 6 recommended videos, and 1 respondent watched 2 out of 6 recommended videos. With this, we can say that algorithm are the process we use with collaborative filtering works, seeing that the results have reached more than the set threshold, which is 80%. So, conclusion. We can say that our algorithm, seeing that it reached more than 80% threshold, and it would perform better, especially with the good amount of training data and test sets. So this concludes the paper. Let's now proceed to the prototype.
Sound check, mic test. Nag-present na mic.
Yes, presenting na siya.
Okay. So good afternoon, ma'am, sir. This is our prototype. First, we are here in the login. So in the login page, you can log in via Google account, Twitter, or LinkedIn. So if you are a new user, you can create your account. So here's our sign up. First, the system will gather the name of the user, last name, email, and password. And after signing up, the system will ask the user to get their age, sex, grade level, favorite subject, least favorite subject, strength and weaknesses, and so on. So after the registration, the system will recommend videos to the new user. This video that has been recommended is based on the user personal info and also the demographic location. Um, all of these recommended videos, it is processed with the help of collaborative filtering. So if the user wants to search a certain topic that he might want to learn, he simply want to learn machine learning here. Then the our system will recommend the topics about machine learning. The topic that had been recommended, it has a high rating value rated by the other users. So after the few minutes of recommending, there will be a notification modal that will ask the user to rate the videos that recommended to them. And that's all for our prototype. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the group. Any questions? By question. Okay, so question for the group. Do you think, or how do you think increasing the number of students for testing or for training the collaborative filtering would help in terms of the accuracy of recommending videos to the users or to the students?
Um, the more data the algorithm it has for training and for tests, the better it performs.
Okay, by better perform, what do you mean by the better it perform?
It knows a lot of data about a lot of students from juniors and senior high. It knows a lot of data about their favorite subjects, least favorite subject, and the most watched subjects they have. With that, if a new user will come, it will recommend better data because it has more basis on what videos it will be recommending.
Okay, very good. Any other question pa for the group? Do you already have an idea as to how are you going to develop the full-blown application of this one, or full-blown system, the recommender system, if ever you would decide to continue working on this one?
It will
Yes, ma'am.
be basing
We
we
are
will be basing from other researchers. They use Weka tool, which is a free software that is used for machine learning like that, ma'am. But we can also search other way or methods.
Okay. Si Patrick, murag na siya gusto iingon.
ano ma'am, same thought lang mi ma'am.
Okay. Sige. You probably need to really dig deeper into this, what type of technology you're going to use, especially using, for example, Weka is good. Kaya ano siya, you can easily use it, feed lang kag data, and you will be given some results. But when it comes to like customization, optimization, maglisod mo sa iya ha. I don't know if I haven't tried integrating it with other programming language like Python, but I know it works really well with R. So if you would want to have it optimized, Weka, dapat i-connect mo siya sa something na medyo stable siya, na kaya ninyo siya ma-customize na programming language, which is R. So the next problem would be, do we know how to code using R? So kanang mga na mga questions or technology, kana na mga ng mga skills ang dapat isipon ninyo beforehand and mga i-consider dapat ninyo when you if you decide to propose a project like this one for a capstone. Okay, so the topic is good, but we really need to consider as well the time na ihatag sa inyo ha for the capstone and kung kaya ba sa ato ang skills kay for the capstone dili na acceptable ang mga prototype lang. Okay, so kana siya. Okay, so any other question pa? Okay, so that advice is true to all groups ha. Kailangan maano na ninyo, ma-assess na ninyo inyong sarili hantod asa ang kaya ninyo i-propose kay kung sa tong ma-accept sa proposal, mo na siyang pangitaon during the finals. And kana siya. Okay, so if walay question, thank you so much Michael and Patrick and Eldon for that presentation. Birthday ni mo po karon Eldon? Dili. Fake news to. Fake news to. Sige, sayang. Bali pamahaw unta to. Imo nga. Panihapon man daw kay Jaco.
Na ma'am, panihapon na tapadalang ma'am.
Asa namang baka, we? Joke lang. Okay, sige. Now we are done to our last presenter, last paper. Yay! So, our last paper is about fruit catcher. It's a game-based application exercise for stroke patients and survivors. To be presented by Misherica Genovia, Sherdy Pia, and Irene Tromata. Everyone, please help me welcome our next presenters.
Hello, ma'am. Madungog ko, ma'am.
Yes.
Go, Irene.
Nakita.
Mag-start na ka.
Kita na?
Okay na. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be presenting our research along with my group mates, Sherika Genovea and Irene Trumata, entitled entitled Fruit Catcher, a game-based application exercise for stroke patients and survivors. Next. The second leading cause of death in our country, according to the Philippines World Health Organization, is cerebrovascular disease, also known as stroke. Its incidence is expanding as the population ages. Also, stroke affects more young people in low-middle-income countries. Despite the improvement in primary prevention and treatment, stroke remains second in the mortality list here in the Philippines. So, physical activity is one of the main instruments a stroke patient can do to alleviate the symptoms. Next. This is our review of related literature. As for the mortality rate of Philippines, stroke is in the second place, and the number of cases are still increasing. So the main problem, the Philippines is still struggling with the improvement in treating stroke is the lack of facilities and specialists. One thing to consider as well is that most healthcare centers are largely private and cost is borne out of pocket by patients and their families, according to Navarro et al. 2014. The most patients are tasked to perform their exercise at home. Patients can still be unmotivated to do such tasks. That's why a game-based rehabilitation system, on the other hand, has the potential to encourage patients to continue their rehabilitation at home, thus making exercise more appealing and provide personalized motivation for various stroke patients, according to Hong et al. 2016. Next. Go, Irene.
So methodology. There are different categories a stroke patient can choose, depending on their situation and condition. There are three main levels that gradually increase its difficulty as it progresses. The game can be repeated to train the limb and will be rewarded according to what the user has finished. So there are two tools for this game-based application: the electromyogram and deep cameras. Electrochem is a tool for measuring electrical activity in the muscles. When muscles contract, they generate an electrical current. Normally, this current is equal to the degree of muscle activity. And their cameras are not identical, but they are related technologies. The deep information is provided by how the camera sensor sees the pattern in the scene. So this is the example of electrocardiogram. So the game application has a reward menu and game elements such as experience points, coins, levels, and achievements leaderboard. The fruit catcher is based on the subgenre of games from which it takes its name, space shooter. So levels in this game, the patient can choose which level they want to play according to their needs. If a patient cannot completely move their limb, level 1 is the ideal level to play. However, if the user can slightly move their limb, they can proceed to level 2 or level 3. The patient can still proceed to level 1 if they can proceed to levels 2 or 3. It is not necessary to start from level 1 as the user has the choice to proceed to whatever level they want that fits their situation. Shit.
Results and discussion. For results and discussion, we use two different surveys. One is patient survivor background survey. This interviews the patient to understand their current practices, challenges, and situation. Second is system preference survey. This evaluates the game-based system exercise regarding its appeal. Next, please. These are the data gathered from the patient survivor background result. As you can see, the respondents have different kinds of stroke and they have different ways in addressing it. Next, please. Next is the system preference survey. We've used the system usability scale to compute the data we gathered. Respondent 1 has a score of 97.05 and respondent 2 has 70, respondent 3 has 70 as well, respondent 4 has 62.5, respondent 5 45, respondent 6 62.5, which generates the final score of 68%, wherein the 68% is the average measurement for system usability. That means the prototype we created met the expectation and objectives we planned. This also showed that the respondents are satisfied with the prototype we presented. Next, please. Conclusion. The results showed an overall satisfaction from the respondents, which meant that the objective of the prototype was achieved. The researchers were able to design a comfortable and easy experience for stroke patients and survivors. Basically, the prototype application we presented is fit for stroke patient and survivor to use, and the game-based application can help encourage them to perform their exercise that will eventually improve and regain their mobility. Next would be the prototype demo. Irene.
Makita.
Yes, I makita.
So this is the landing page of our game. So first is click the login button. So if you have already an account, just enter your username and password. If not, click the sign up, or you can log in using the Facebook or Gmail. So let's try to sign up. So this is the sign up. So as if that you already put the email address, password, and your nickname sa game. Then after that, sign up. So this is the as a game. So to see what the game it is, let's click the start. So in this area, you can choose the level what you want. Level 1, level 2, and level 3. So let's try. So in level 1, with there is a time limit with 2 minutes. Then sa level 2, you have only 1 minute and 30 seconds, while that level 3 has only 1 minute. So let's try level 1. This is how it looks, the game.
So, pag ano po siya, ma'am, sir, yung ano po, yung character po, yun yung pong ano, yun yung pong tools na which is the electromyography and tsaka camera depth. Siya po yung siya po yung magde-detect sa kamay na i-connect yung ano, electromyography. Tapos parang pag maggalaw, every galaw ng movement sa ano, yan po yung ano, galaw ng kamay, ay yung ano, yung upper limb po, yung sa character niya mismo. Then ano siya, sige ay. Same level 2. Same tat lang po pero mas ang nakalahi lang siya na diri sa level 2 is mas nagapaspas ang ano niya sa nagatagak sa mga ano, sa mga fruits and murag ang iyahang way po na para mas mag-improve po ang iyahang upper limb. Then ang ano lang po, may 1 minute and 30 seconds lang na time. Same din po sa ano, sa level 3. Pero mas paspas na siya compared sa level 1 and level 2.
So that's how it looks, the game. So if you want to change your name, just click this one, then go to my profile. You can see this. So, and also if you want to get a new character or other or like fruits, just go to the rewards. You can see this one. I spend battle. Swing machine. So let's try as if na magana na siya. So just click this button. So if you get 3 same same gid siya tanan.
Same character.
Maka-unlock ang isa diri sa padlock.
Pero mag-use siya ng coins, ma'am, which is katong makuha siya dito sa game mismo. Kung makakuha kag mga coins na to kay nag-spend, nagadagdag siya dira, bali mo ang gamiton nimo para sa rewards. Then may sa achievements. Then sa achievements which is kanang sa level 1, kaya pwede mag-collect ka og 5 grapes na pwede siya mag-open na for free lang if makakuha siya 5 grapes ang isa ka patient. Na siya achievement na makuha niya ng character. Then sa level 2 is 10 mangoes and sa level 3 is 15 oranges para makuha na ng mga character.
So kung gusto po makakita sa inyong unsa na mo rank or rank pod sa uban na ano nimo, adala ta sa leaderboard. So diri example kani siya. Makita nimo unsa imong rank ug pila na imong points. So next is this instructions sa game. So there. Instructions sa level 1, level 2, and 3. And that's it. Like out. Ito lang.
Yun lang po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Wala din ako.
It's a to. Joke lang. Okay, so thank you so much for that cute kind of presentation, no? Ang mga gigamit na mga avatar or something sa game. Clarify lang nato, no? What makes this application, your proposed application, different from the existing ones?
Ma'am, ano yun, ma'am?
Sige. Ako as ang question, no, how is your proposed application different from the existing applications that we have for stroke patients?
Amang ano ma'am kay ano ma'am, kanang mas ano lang siya ma'am, easy lang siya na for naa siya ano jud ma'am kanang specific na game for kana lang jud na part ma'am. Then easy lang pud siya na gamiton ma'am. Pero ano lang siya ma'am, ang ano lang kay medyo ano siya kay na siya tools na gamiton which is katong electromyography o katong camera depth ma'am para mag-detect tong kamay niya ma'am sa patient. Pero mas okay na need og ano ma'am, which is mga professional good ma'am. Kay dili siya given sa mga ano jud ma'am kanang i-open siya murag na ang isa ka apps ma'am kay na jud siya ano specific sa isa ka place na which is hospital or kahit na ano na mga ano ma'am for PT na ano ma'am for stroke.
I see. Okay. So, you need to divulge or disclose that kind of limitation, no, na using this application should be placed not in a household setting kay kuan or unsa ba siya, dapat ba siya or okay na siya nga naa lang siya sa balay, i-play siya sa TV with your own screen, or dapat ba siya na siya mga special na kuan na kailangan ba na kay stroke man din siya niya ang movements na inyong gina-try og monitor ani kay
limbs
ba? Oo, kana siya sa to wala yung pasabot sa specific na part, no. So
Yes,
kung
ma'am.
oo, so kung ingana siya, how do you intend to do the progress monitoring? Kay sa karon we acknowledge that the existing ones dapat partner with a PT gid siya and then moadto gid sila sa hospital. So kung naay nga ni na application, how would you monitor the progress? Unsa ba nag-ayo ba siya or nag-worsen hinuon ang iyahang situation. So mga ingana importante kay na siya na ma-include. So Sir Ian has questions. Are you targeting stroke patients or survivors who are in the recovery stage? If it's the former, how will they be able to use the app when they are still receiving medical treatment?
Ang app ma'am kay mag-base siya sa approved na
Kay
mga
Sir Ian,
PT.
yes,
Okay, sir. If need I am June. Ang ano ma'am ay ano sir, murag ibutang jud siya sa isa ka facility ang isa ka kato na game base sir kay need man siya og PT para ma-approve to siya na ano sir na application kay as anon siya sir tan-awan siya sir kay kailangan jud siya guideline which is sa mga PT sir kay para mas proper og ang execute ang upper limb sa patient sir which is po siya sa isa ka pasyente sir.
No pa isa ka question sa taas.
Siguro sir kung sa karon sir kay mas mag-focus siguro sa sir stroke patient kay which is ang survivor sir kay murag medyo naka-recover naman sila sa na situation. So ang stroke patient sir kay need pa nila og guidance para sa mga PT which is pwede siya makatabang tong game based na mag-execute og tarong og ang ilahang upper limb sir.
Okay. So Ian, were you satisfied with the answer of the group?
Ay, sir. Regarding sa EMG, na question mo na will each patient be getting one for themselves? Yes, sir, they can, pero it will be expensive. Or pwede din, sir, na bali ang isa ka facility ang magamit nun, then they just will let patient to use it with the guidance of a physical therapist. So, pwede rin siya ma-own, pwede rin siya for facility use.
Okay. Sige. Okay, so yeah. Poses another concern, which is mobility. Na take advantage nito para ma-lessen burden sa patient. Yes. Kaya din siya. Which is something na mopud ang one of the application, di ba, proposal, I think, for that katong application nga telerehabilitation nila Angelo, which is something na really addresses, really would want to address this kind of na problem. Kani siya maingani na problem, dapat ma-foresee na ninyo siya when you try to do or propose such application. Kung kailangan maligihapon siya ibutang sa hospital, and then kato, which is something na we know for sure na I think napay better na kuan, bisig napa sila better na way of kanang doing the exercises, especially nga naa ang mga specialista sa hospital. Ang goal unta nato sa game-based is magamit na lang nato siya sa balay and no need for us to travel, especially na mga stroke patients ni siya. Okay, sige. So, naapabay question?
No, ma'am, pero we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to the people who supported and assisted us in the completion of this research, primarily to our course advisor, Ms. Christine May Adlaon, for her brilliant guidance, mentoring, and support in the preparation and completion of this study. Also to the panelists who made their time available and shared their astounding knowledge. Thank you so much po.
Hila ko karon. Okay, sige. We're welcome. Okay, hopefully daghan mo gatunan and hopefully daghan mo na learn no as you were making this research project. Okay? Sige, so ayun. Hopefully and hopefully you enjoyed doing this ayun, hopefully you enjoyed doing the process of completing this work. And kato siya. Hopefully ready na pud mo for capstone. Okay, so I think that's the end of our symposium. Awa din na, makahilak na lang hinuon ko ato. Hindi ako ready mag-photo op. Sige. Okay, so the next part of our program is the group photo. Abot lang, digapon ko kabalon sa ano siya para ma-perfect ang group photo. Okay, sige. So anyone who would want to turn on their camera, you can turn on all their cameras. Sige, wait lang ha. Hopefully, makuha na ko ni Karong. Okay, wait lang. Oh no, 49 maximum. Sige. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Yan, saba, waki daw, waki. 1, 2, 3. Ayun. So, okay, so I think that's the end of our symposium. But before, and also I would like to thank and congratulate everyone, no, for doing their best and giving their best despite the limitations, the situation that we are experiencing right now. But you really did good in completing this. Completing the paper and as well as the prototype. So, congratulations to all, and I appreciate your hard work. And please do continue that kind of energy and motivation, no, when you do your capstone. So, capstone will be really the capstone. So, capstone is like the end na, no, na culminating that you have really learned something in the 4 years. Okay, so before we end and bid goodbye to all and enjoy our vacation, may I ask Sir Chris to close this symposium with the closing prayer.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so to conclude this symposium, so let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Lord, for a successful symposium. We know that you have blessed us, hence this success. May you keep blessing us as we go live this Google Meet session and applying what we have learned in our own academic journey, in our own profession and future careers. Grant that we do this fully aware that it is not for ourselves that we learn, but for the service of other people. So make us realize that all our actions and plans should be done for your greater glory. Shower us your divine guidance so that we could decide wisely and properly. May you send your Holy Spirit so that we would have no fear in meeting the challenges that our everyday lives entail. So make us realize that without you, we are nothing. Together, glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Okay, so that ends our symposium this afternoon. Bye, everyone. Please enjoy your vacation and have a meaningful vacation. Rest well to prepare yourselves for next term. Okay, so hopefully I will be seeing you all this summer. Okay, bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very
Bye.
much. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Bye.